Queens neighborhood after progressive leaders and activists objected to that plan.
Amazon just took their ball and went home. And what they did was confirm people's worst fears about corporate America. Here's the 1% dictating to everyone else, even though we gave them a fair deal. And I think it's going to frustrate people all over this country to see a company treat a neighborhood and a city like that.
Mayor de Blasio appearing on NBC's Meet the Press. Noted political pollster Pat Caddell has died at the age of 68. He made his mark by helping Jimmy Carter win the presidency in 1976. This is Fox News.
Hi, this is Ray Gibson from The Morning Show on 93.3 The Point. And we're celebrating our one-year anniversary this February. The Point is your news talk headquarters with top news, sports, weather, and traffic, and, of course, always a little extra. We want to thank our listeners, fans, and followers for keeping us on our toes and joining us on this journey. The Ray Gibson Show Anniversary Celebration is brought to you by Take Care, Our Island, Your Health Plan.
Hi, welcome to this Subway ad for our all-new Ultimate Cheesy Garlic Bread. How would you like it?
I'll take a skeptical grandma.
Set in her ways?
A smidge.
Grandma, try this Ultimate Meatball Marinara made with Ultimate Cheesy Garlic Bread. Melted mozzarella, Parmesan, garlic butter spread. It's just like yours.
Like mine? My grandmother's recipe?
Try it.
You know, my grandmother's cheesy garlic bread was never all that.
Subway, make it what you want. Limited time only at participating restaurants.
A woman's body found stuffed in a trash can in a Philadelphia neighborhood.
Sources say a man was walking his dog and went to the trash can to dump dog waste when he saw a leg sticking out and called police. Cops came around 9 a.m. and investigated from there.
We've never seen anything like this inside of our neighborhood.
It's terrifying to know that I'm going to leave my baby here and she's due any day.
Sandra Ramos says she traveled from Massachusetts to be with her pregnant granddaughter, who just moved to the neighborhood, only to be startled by news of the gruesome find.
I'm in total shock. I just got out the car and I was dying to smoke a cigarette, and now I'm dying to bring my granddaughter back.
While police investigate, neighbors have a growing list of questions they want answered.
Reporter Dave Kinchin at Fox 29 in Philadelphia. Israel saying today it's withholding over $138 million from the Palestinian Authority. This because of payments given to families of Palestinians who carried out attacks against Israelis. The government security cabinet saying it's implementing a law passed last year allowing Israel to withhold funds used to pay stipends to Palestinian attackers and their families from taxes Israel collects on Palestinian authorities' behalf. The NBA All-Star Game takes the spotlight tonight in Charlotte.
The 68th All-Star Game will be highlighted by two honorary All-Stars, Dirk Nowitzki of the Dallas Mavericks and Dwayne Wade of the Miami Heat, granted special spots in today's game to honor their storied careers.
We're all in the same league. We're one big family.
Coming into this one is a lot different, of what we're looking to get out of it.
Wade will be on Team LeBron, captained by former teammate LeBron James. Dirk will play for Team Giannis, helmed by Milwaukee Bucks big men Giannis Antetokounmpo. LeBron will be in the starting lineup along with Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, Kawhi Leonard, and James Harden. Greek Freak joined by Steph Curry, Joel Embiid, Paul George, and Kemba Walker. Tip-off in the NBA All-Star Game coming up at 8:20 p.m. Eastern. Matt Napolitano, Fox News.
And I'm Paul Stevens. This is Fox News.
Attention homeowners, MRE solar energy systems now come with battery storage for zero money down. This means that your home will have power even when the island power isn't available, like during power outages or during and after storms. The inconvenience of not having power for your home is a thing of the past. It's solar with battery storage exclusively by Micronesia Renewable Energy. Don't be left in the dark. Call 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, the smarter choice.
Here at APL, our core values give the company its heart and soul. Whether it's connecting your business with our global network through our newly enhanced service or investing our efforts into giving back to the community, APL is committed to serving you. We humbly honor the opportunity to find innovative solutions for you and your business. To learn more about our enhanced service, call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com/Guam for more details.
At Guam Regional Medical City, it is our mission to become the island's premier choice for specialty care, like cardiology, pulmonology, neurosciences, orthopedics, oncology services, and more. We aim to protect our island from heart attacks, strokes, cancer, and diabetic complications. But should you suffer from such diseases, we're ready with world-class options, both inpatient and outpatient. For more information, visit us at grmc.gu.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. News time here at The Point is 7 minutes past 6 a.m. this Monday morning. I'm Kevin Kerrigan. Here's a look now at some of the top stories from the Guam Daily Post. Guam police are asking for the public's help in finding the driver of a vehicle who struck and killed a 50-year-old pedestrian Saturday night in Mighty. The man was walking near the Coast 360 Credit Union in the eastbound lane on Route 8 about 11 o'clock at night when he was struck by an unknown vehicle that fled the scene. Guam Police Sergeant Paul Tapau says he was transported to Naval Hospital, Guam, where he was pronounced dead by attending physicians. This was the fourth traffic fatality of the year, two of which have been pedestrians struck by hit-and-run drivers. Sergeant Tapau is calling on anyone who may have seen the crash to call police dispatchers at 472-8911, or you can call the Guam Crime Stoppers 24-hour hotline at 477-HELP. The attorney for former Lieutenant Governor Ray Tenorio is demanding the Guam Police Department comply with a Freedom of Information Act request as he prepares for the upcoming trial scheduled to begin on March 13th. Attorney Thomas Fisher had sought copies of the department's operating procedures and policies relating to the possession, use, and holstering of firearms by GPD officers. Tenorio is facing misdemeanor charges of reckless conduct with a firearm, and obstructing government functions as a result of a gun-grabbing incident at a barbecue block party in July last year. Acting Chief of Police Stephen Ignacio, however, has denied the request on the grounds that the police department's investigation techniques, if exposed, would threaten the safety of law enforcement and the integrity of investigations. In response, Fisher called the refusal to disclose the information wrongful and capricious, saying he did not request any information related to an investigation or police techniques. As such, Fisher wrote to the chief, "Your act may constitute a criminal misdemeanor subject to a personal fine of $1,000. Fisher warned that if the department does not inform him of its intent to comply with his Freedom of Information Act request, he would go to the Superior Court of Guam and file a writ of mandamus commanding compliance. We'll have more news after this.
Helen Keller once said, "Blindness separates us from things, but deafness separates us from people." At Ross Hearing Aids, it's their mission to keep you connected to the moments and the people that matter most in your life. Hearing aid technology has never been better, so schedule your complimentary hearing consultation today. Call Ross Hearing Aids, 637-HEAR, 637-4327. You should hear what you're missing. How's your hearing?
At Chili's, our burgers stack up with anyone's. Handcrafted to order, smashed to lock in flavor on a toasted brioche bun. Our burgers are all kinds of perfect. Choose from the Chili's Chili, the Mushroom Swiss, the Ultimate Bacon, or you know what? We dare you to take on the Boss Burger. Loaded with smoked brisket, rib meat, jalapeno cheddar sausage, and bacon. We may have really out-burgered ourselves. Our burgers are more than a handful, served with garlic, dill, pickles, and fries. So hurry in today and enjoy our juicy, melty, yummy, handcrafted creations. Perfection between two buns. Chili's. More life happens here.
10 minutes past 6 a.m. here at The Point. Lieutenant Colonel Esther Agagi, Guam National Guard Adjutant General, has authorized a nationwide search to fill several leadership positions in the Guam National Guard. According to the military position announcements, the jobs are being advertised nationwide to fill a number of vacant positions at the Joint Forces headquarters here in Barrigada. Among the job openings is a Deputy G4 position, which is a logistics officer. A Deputy G3 position is also open for an operations staff officer, along with a senior enlisted leadership position. All of the open positions were posted last week. When asked for comment on the job postings, Major Josephine Blas, Guam Army National Guard Public Affairs Officer, said no current Guam Guard officers were let go or relieved in order to make these positions available. She said it's not unusual, nor is it against Army National Guard policy to advertise position vacancies nationwide. Blas said many of our positions have been advertised nationwide in the past, adding that it expands the pool of qualified candidates. The United States, Japan, and Australia kick off the annual Cope North exercise at Andersen Air Force Base today. The long-standing exercise is designed to enhance joint operations and cooperation among the three air forces. A statement from the U.S. Pacific Command states that the exercise will begin with a week-long humanitarian assistance and disaster relief event. Then the joint forces will conduct large force exercises aimed at increasing readiness. More than 2,000 U.S. airmen, Marines, and sailors will train alongside roughly 850 Japanese and Australian service members. And about 100 U.S., Japanese, and Australian aircraft from 21 flying units will take part in this year's exercise, which runs through March 8th. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. Ray and Mike now with a look at weather.
All right, so it's going to be, we have every day is going to look like an air show around Guam, and it's going to be impossible to get into any decent restaurants in Tumon. I think is the
good for all of us. A nice show and plenty of tax.
So there's a lot of tax revenue coming in, and pasty white legs walking up and down Guam streets. 6:12 in the morning, and time for a quick look at weather. We'll start with the forecast, and then wrap into something that weather folks from all over are starting to look at right now. Breezy right now, partly cloudy with isolated showers, light showers, northeast winds to about 25 miles an hour, decreasing after sunset. Expected highs around 88 degrees and overnight lows of about 75 degrees. There's sunset tonight at 6:27, but 6:43 is the sunrise. There's still plenty of time to get out there and look at that incredible moon that we have got. It's absolute full moon hanging low and big on the horizon.
Yeah, it was really nice this morning when I got up on the way to work.
Super gorgeous. More on that in a minute. But let me get Mike from the National Weather Service on it. Anytime we go to Mike from the National Weather Service, within about the first news and talk break here, you know there might be something lurking out in the to the east of the island of Guam, and it certainly looks like that is the case. Predictions, Mike, for the first February storm since 2015, possibly threatening Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
And so I'm going to put the satellite imagery of the Western Pacific up on screen so everybody can see what it is that we're going to be talking about and what you and other weather guys in around the area have been looking at for a while.
Well, there's like a circulation that's south of Majra, I guess, this morning, and then it's a lot of the models are looking at it, and they're showing something developing. It's still kind of hard to say because some models show it going to the east of Guam and some show it going south of Guam, so...
It's way early for a prediction. When do they believe that this might become a typhoon? I mean, does it have all of the parts, all of the requirements and characteristics to form a typhoon?
Well, it's hard to say on that right now. I mean, the models are going towards some kind of tropical system in our area that'll be like by next weekend, the coming weekend. But you know, it's still up in the air. There is another. It has a twin in the southern hemisphere, and sometimes that can take some of its energy away and, you know, cause a slowness in development. So it's still kind of early to really tell. It's just something that we're watching right now.
Yeah. Well, you and the guys over at AccuWeather are looking at it, and my social media, my WhatsApp and Facebook Messenger, I've been getting pinged all weekend long from people that are watching exactly this and starting to put together little blog posts and stories. So every time I get one of those, I'll just check back with you guys and find out if it's time to start fretting over the weather.
Well, I mean, it's going to be windy all week, so I mean, it's just a continuation of the wind all the way, and then even more wind next weekend. At least we're, you know, looking gusting into the 30-knot range, 35 knots, but it's still kind of early to really set on any kind of track or intensity. But it's just something that needs to be closely monitored, you know, and as time progresses, we'll have a better idea of what could happen and better thoughts on any kind of outlook.
Just need more data, a couple more days in the track, right?
Yeah, and it sounds like the usual thing, but sometimes models, you know, it sounds like we're hedging it, but sometimes models do like to go a little too quick. So it's like, you know, I mean, I guess it's best to say we're watching it, and everyone should just keep up on what's going on, and you know, just always keep advise that maybe things will be changing, and to keep one eye out to maybe prepare too.
Yeah, well, we'll do everything we can here to make sure everybody is up on that particular message. Mike, have a terrific morning. I'll talk to you soon.
Sure.
All right, maybe check in again this time tomorrow and see what if anything is happening with that particular development. What's the number on that, and what Invest is at?
That is 92W Invest, and what's been going on is the models since last week have been pretty consistent in showing some type of system going to the south of us, or even recurving up very close to us over here to the west. What's been the big deal, the disparity's been between a couple of the models on the intensity. The GFS, the Global Forecasting System model, has been just, it's smoking crack or something. It's been showing a Cat 5 typhoon, and that's just not going to happen. There are too many reasons, meteorologically speaking, why that's nearly impossible at this point. It could be a weak system as it gets on by, and the main thing I see for us, and in my humble opinion, is just going to be maybe an uptick in showers, but the wind. I think the wind will really kick up because this low pressure area, if it does pass to our south and to our west, it will actually couple with the northeasterly flow that we're getting this time of year, with it being dry season, and that's going to actually help the winds really pick up. I mean, we're talking this weekend maybe winds up in the 40-mile-per-hour range. I mean, it could get pretty gusty, so we'll see how it goes. Again, it is the tropics. We know anything can happen. Right now, there's just too much dry air. I'm talking it over with my friends in the groups that I'm with as well. Too much dry air. There's also a thing called wind shear. The wind shear is actually quite high over us right now. So as this system gets further to the north, it's going to start encountering some of these not so kind conditions for tropical development, and I don't think it's going to become too much.
All right. Well, it's obviously something we got to keep track of. It's there is blobbage to our east. It's off in that direction, and we know what happens with weather situations when they come and spin up. So I'll keep an eye on it. You keep an eye on it. And everybody else will be watching. We don't have to wait until we know about this. There is a high risk of rip currents through Sunday afternoon along east-facing Reese. That is going to continue and has been with us now for some time as a result of some of that heavy wind that we're talking about. That's news and plenty of weather together here this morning on The Point, brought to you by Bank Pacific. Where others put branches, they place roots.
Experience the Take Care difference. Take Care members can count on accessing a high-quality, credentialed network of on-island providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and urgent care, access to an extensive off-island network of providers, and the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs. You can count on Take Care to deliver comprehensive, accredited insurance coverage and quality health care when and where you need it. Take Care. Our island, your health plan. Learn more at takecareasia.com.
Portions of the Ray Gibson Show. In fact, this Make-A-Wish Monday version of the Ray Gibson Show, brought to you by the guys over at American President Lines. APL is shipping the future Micronesia renewable energy. There's never been a better time to go solar, and Guam Regional Medical City, the first choice for all of your specialty care needs.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Way to start off the morning. Lady D says, wow, the mayors really do have a sense of humor, asking for a raise for their workers. Yeah, well, but, new administration, new times. Maybe there's some new dollars that are floating around here. 20 after 6 o'clock in the morning. It is the Ray Gibson Show. Welcome to it. Hope you had a fantastic weekend. Did everybody make a PR at some point? Did everybody do something epic this weekend? I did. Half marathon, started Anderson Air Force Base all the way, did the little spur into Two Lovers Point, and then down to Epal Beach, where I was met with somebody, and they stuck a little medal around my neck. It was a wooden medal. It was a nice one. And I looked at the time on my watch, and I looked at the time as I came in, an hour and 45 minutes. I absolutely smashed my personal record in the half marathon race. And I want to thank everybody for supporting me, and everybody that puts up with me talking about running incessantly. I want to thank you for allowing me that little deal there, so I could participate in that whole bunch of other. But you know what? Even as fast as that was, 8-minute mile all the way down, right? Even as fast as that was, it was only good enough for 5th place. there are some fast seniors, guys. If you think that you get to be in your 50s and it slows you down, I'm here to tell you right now, it does not. There's some absolutely quick guys out there, and we'll do congratulations to some of the other divisions and the winners in the race over the weekend. But that was one of my epic moments. Spent the rest of the day deciding that Saturday, according to Mike, was a good day for grill marks. Actually, every day this weekend was good for grill marks. You get if early start on Friday. And then Saturday and Sunday, it was just crazy. Got down to my usual spot, and I'm normally only there, I don't know, an hour and a half, 2 hours, something like that. But it was just so nice out. It's such a beautiful day, and so many groovy people hanging out. I thought, I'd just hang out here for the rest of the day, and it must have been 4 hours on the beach. Crazy kind of fun. Anyway, so those were my epic kind of, I don't know, GoPro-worthy moments. I hope you had a bunch of them there as well. Michael Knight had some GoPro epic moments hanging out over at Pirates Cove yesterday. Nice for you to come by and say hello to the family and friends.
Yeah, it was pretty cool out there.
As they bid farewell to John Anderson, Kevin Kerrigan. I don't know. Did you have any epic moments? Like plenty of couch time or what?
Did my taxes. How about that?
Oh, and you're smiling. He's smiling as he says it. You know what that means? Because normally the conversation only goes in one or two ways. There is the I did my taxes and I'm getting a refund, and then that's the Kevin Kerrigan smile that goes along with that. Or the I did my taxes and I owe the government of Guam, somehow owe the government of Guam even more money in exchange for a lousy bunch of services that I got last year. How could that possibly be? But
not this time.
You're still smiling. You're still smiling. So you're getting something back.
Of course.
Yeah, well, good for you. I'm tempted to ask how much. Are we,
not enough.
Are we talking just a 99-cent menu at McDonald's?
Not enough. It's never enough, is it?
Of course, no. Of course it is. Anyway, it's 6:23 in the morning, and just a quick note before I'm done. This may still be going on until about 2 o'clock this afternoon. GWA says emergency water outage. They're making repairs on a main water line break in Tai Road and surrounding areas of, looks like Mangilau. So if you are in that area then and you got no water, they know about it. Something broke, and they're going out there to fix it. 6:23 in the morning. Speaking of epic, let me introduce you to each other.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name.
And that was kind of the situation yesterday over at Pirates Cove. As I said, a send-off for John Anderson. And walking around there, and everybody knew my name, but they just didn't know it was me. The images of me with a beard have not quite gone all that wide. And there's people that were walking that I'd known for 40 years, man and boy, as a broadcaster and just a resident of Guam. People I've known all of my life just walk right by me. No, it's or they give me that second look, like, or the other one is, hey, how you doing? Oh, hey, how are you doing? Like, oh, I wasn't sure I knew you, but now I do know you. So it was kind of like that yesterday, and maybe it'll be a little bit like that on the radio today. Ismael is online as usual. Among the first, there's Juanita Machi, Linda Gabriel. Good morning, Lee Stolley, Lynn Vince, Borja Polino. Who said some very, very nice things about me being able to rock short shorts at my age. There's Mark Mandiola waving around. Jennifer Post-Schnitger says, wish it was Sunday. You know, in some parts of the United States, it is still Sunday, just not around here. Lillian Cruz says, have a day, Ray, Kevin, and Michael. Ming O'Ree is on, and Florence Cruz, Lillian Cruz. Felix Salsolditu says, because it's the Make-A-Wish Monday, and I'll explain that in a little bit. He says his wish is to be lucky on one of three things: Social Security benefits, unclaimed benefits from the government, and lottery winnings, just to get me saying, goodbye, Guam, I'll never forget you. I love the U.S. of A. We all want some of those lottery winnings as well. Get a little bit jealous when we hear that they're up in the hundreds of millions of dollars. What was the story last week? They had one of those big lotteries in the States, and the winner has not come forward yet. And the government is kind of ticked off about that, because until somebody actually claims the winning, there's no neck to grab for the government's share. So the government would be out of the tax revenue side of that as well. And I don't feel bad for it at all. There's a part of you go, oh, poor government. Oh, tear. But not in this case. I got Randy Kruger out there, Greg Karabrock, Lady D, like I said, is online this morning and already feisty. Mark Cruz is there, Joe Leasel-Langi, and Ken LG. Ken, what happened to your case? Ken is a story in, I guess, Daily Post, talking about one of the cases that you brought against the government and lost on a technicality because, I don't know, I read the technicality. It's hard for me to explain, not being a lawyer. But anyway, so Ken, get on the line eventually and tell me what exactly happened there in your case. Johnson Nicholas says, have a great Monday morning. All doors, Mendiola and Jackie Cabrera online. Washington State, right? Cheryl Ochai. Rico Blancafor, you back in Guam? I've been following your travels on Facebook. It's always fun, isn't it? James Howard is there, Tom Tahadzi, Kenny Williams. And last time I saw a post from Kenny Williams. Oh, we were talking about Maz. I'd gone there for banh mi last week. And I put a post of the sandwich up there. And I think Kenny Williams wrote that very, very clean place, very sanitary in the back, not one bug in sight. Nice to hear that. Okay, golf day today. Tommy Barcinas is there. Jeanette Suzuki, Eunice Mendiola, Roy Gamboa, Hoffa. Hey, Commissioner, always nice to see you. Jackie Cabrera says, yeah, peaceful Sunday in Washington. Good morning and cheers to your Monday back home. Yeah, and I hope you're finding ways to stay warm there. I've got other friends up in Washington State that are reporting just bitter cold up there, even for this time of year. Derwin Flores and Simon Sanchez is online. Good to see you, Si. And Ken with a promise that he'll call in a little bit later on. We'll pick a good spot to call in. We'll see if we can hold on to a couple of spaces for you. It is Make-A-Wish Monday, and I'll have in just a few minutes folks from the Make-A-Wish Foundation here on Guam in the studio. We will be back and forth into and out of the different themes that we have got going on. You know, we get the business side of things, we get the sports side of things, and the regular yak side of things with me. But in between, in all of the interstitials, I'll be conducting another broadcast very similar to ones that I've done in the past, where we spend a lot of time talking about the Make-A-Wish Foundation, talking about how we'll be able to take mileage from your mileage account and donate it to Make-A-Wish so that they can use it for the Wish Kids and all of the places that they want to go to and the things that they want to do. You know, if somebody says, you know what, I want to meet President Barack Obama, it's not that tough to do. You know, you want to go and take a knee with the guy from Kaepernick? You want to go take a knee with him? It ain't that tough to do. The Make-A-Wish Network has got connections everywhere. And so they say, okay, you and Kaepernick, yeah, let's do that. Okay, fine. So who's going with you? And the kid's going to say, well, I want to go, and I want to take my sister, and I want to take my mom, and I want to take my dad. And Make-A-Wish says, okay, everybody's going. It's all go or no go. And so, as you might imagine, costs a lot of money to do that and requires a whole lot of access to mileage. So we're going to be back and forth, like I said this morning, trying to convince you to take a look at your mileage accounts and say, all right, and we'll make it easy for you, too. There's websites that you can go to, and they've got this thing all scienced and IT'd out so that about the easiest thing in the world is going to be just going to the website and plugging in your name and mileage account numbers and how many miles you want to donate. In fact, they might be able to go through the process here and remind me to stick a pin in an email address or a website address on the Facebook Live so that you can get all of that stuff taken care of in just a little bit. Anyway, 6:29 in the morning. Is there anything worth ranting about right now? There are. Obviously, there's a table of contents here, but one of the things that I thought was very interesting, and I'll see if I can, while I'm yakking, get to the point in my emails that came in, I want to say Friday or so. It was Friday afternoon, and normally you'd be getting the magistrate reports that talk about all the terrible and heinous things that we managed to do to each other while it was Valentine's. But the word from Marissa over at the court, she's the one that sends out the email with all of the different magistrate reports. She says, I am pleased to inform you that there will be no magistrate hearings on February the 15th, which means, for all intents and purposes, nobody got in trouble on 14th, on Valentine's. And I think that's a really nice piece of news to start the week with. Made it a whole 24 hours without somebody getting pinched by the cops for, I don't know, beating up their wife or beating up their boyfriend or keying a car or doing all those kinds of things. Although you might imagine that the potential was high. I guess everybody was able to find a way to control themselves. So that's the piece of good news. There, I'm sure, are other magistrated folks that came out on the 15th and into the weekend, and I'm sure we'll be talking about about some of those craziness, that bits of craziness over the course of the next 4 hours. You get one?
Well, no, of course, some wit replied to Marissa by saying, finally, crime has ended on Guam.
Yeah, sure. That's, in a crime-free weekend, right? Yeah, right. It's 6:31 in the morning. Time for headlines from the Guam Daily Post. Here's Kevin Kerrigan.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. In the headlines from the Guam Daily Post this morning, Take Care Insurance has announced that it will be closing its obstetrics and gynecology department at the FHP Health Center on March 29th. The announcement was made by Take Care President and CEO Joseph Husline in a February 11th letter to Take Care members. In his letter, Husline wrote that Take Care experienced significant challenges in some areas of its business. As a result, following a just-completed financial analysis for 2018, an executive decision was made to close the FHP OBGYN department effective March 29th. Husline said that FHP patients will still have access to their choice of OBGYN providers through Take Care's specialty provider networks. The closure of the FHP OBGYN department, Husline said, will allow FHP to allocate resources to its core medical services. Lacia Casil, the new director of the Agana Restoration and Redevelopment Authority, is on a mission to find funding to carry out a long-standing plan to rebuild Agana. Currently, there is $5 million in existing funds available for the project. At least $15 million more is needed. Casil told the Post that she hopes to find some federal grants, but there may be a local funding source available as well. The transition report on the Redevelopment Authority released last week by the administration recommends redirecting property taxes from Agana as mandated by law. The goal of the long-standing redevelopment plan is to build a government administration center in Agana that would house about 1,500 GovGuam employees and reduce the cost of rental space for government offices by $5.7 million. Less than a week after it opened, the SLE Lucky Charm Game Room has agreed to close its doors. The game room opened up at the Ipow Breeze Inn on Ipow Road in Tamuning on February 8th. Local residents immediately expressed concerns, telling the Guam Daily Post they were shocked that the game room was opened, and they raised concerns that it would bring crime and drugs into their neighborhood. The Post, however, confirmed on Friday that the owner of the establishment decided to close it down effective last Friday. Attorney General Levin Camacho recently announced that he remains firm on the long-held stance of the AG's office that gaming machines are illegal on Guam. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
I like that. 6:34 in the morning. That's iConnect time. Swing by the nearest iConnect and learn about the great deals, the great specials, the great plans they've got for 2019. Internet, push to talk, mobile. For details, call 888-8888.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,600 by calling Family Finance in Agana at 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dedito 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
It's 6:34 and time to take a look at right now traffic. That's what I call it because I got a traffic gizmo that I can look at and it tells me where all the hot spots are right now. And I'm not seeing any hot spots at this time. Heading into Anderson Air Force Base. Clear going through there. Nothing in front of Navy Hospital. Don't see anything backing you up in Sumai on the way into Big Navy. A little bit of traffic starting to build up in the central part of the island. Generally in that one access way, 10 Alpha on the way into and out of the airport. Watch out for some traffic there in that intersection. And a note here that I got from the guys over at Highway, today and tomorrow, DPW's contractor will be milling and paving the intersection at Juan Jacinto Drive and Marine Corps Drive. That's up in Jigo, you know, where like UB Safe Driving School is. There's an intersection up there. Traffic lights will not be operational from 9 to 4 both days in order for the contractor to perform the necessary work there. Lane closures, and lane shifting going to be going on. Motorists, you are advised to drive cautiously through this area, observe all posted speed limits and construction signs, and carefully heed flaggers. Alternate routes and or adjusting drive times when feasible are going to be encouraged, but only while they're doing this. So you're advised you can drive any way you want to any place else. It's 6:36. That's right now traffic here in the Point.
Make the good things last longer. Get 3 more days for free on our 3-day prepaid rate plan. That's 6 days of unlimited local calls, SMS, and 1 gig of 4G LTE data per day for just $7.95. Text HS3 to 3282 from your Docomo Pacific prepaid phone to sign up today. Docomo Pacific. Better together. Some conditions apply.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Do I need to push in here? So weird. 6:37 in the morning, and we've got guestage in the studio. There's people that we get to say hello to. As I said, it's a Make-A-Wish Monday, and we are part of this radio station, a part of the Wishes in Flight program that has been. God, I can't remember how long we've been doing this. This has got to be at least the 3rd or 4th theme kind of show that I've done one way or the other. In fact, recall, I think the last time, Pierre, we did it over at the city ticket office downtown. It wasn't that long ago, but there's no more city ticket office there in that spot anymore. They moved everything up to operations, right?
Up to the airport.
Up to the old airport. Anyway, great to Pierre Fernet, who is the chief pilot, if I'm trying to remember what it says on the business card, the chief pilot for United Airlines in this part of the world, right?
Correct.
You're in charge of the shop?
Correct.
How's the airplane business? Any good?
It's awesome. The traffic has been improving a lot, and we're seeing a lot more Japanese coming down, so that's really good for our operation.
Absolutely, and lots. It seems to me that we're going to be increasing our airlift around here significantly between now and Golden Week.
Yes, that's correct. We'll be adding a lot of charters for that operation, and yeah, it looks like it's going to be a good season for us.
Well, it's kind of busy out there. We've got the what is it? Cope? What do they call the? Kevin, what's the name of that? North. Cope North. We're doing that exercise around here. Does that change at all your patterns when the civilian air traffic as you fly around?
You know, we've got a good relationship with the FAA and the military out here, and we've been able to synchronize our flight operations, so that's not an issue for the air traffic.
You ever want to race those guys?
Would like to.
Look, I got a 737. I got nothing in it. Let's see how fast this thing can go. Louise, and now Senator, it's one of those things where I've always got to put Senator now in front of things for people that I've known virtually all of my life. But Senator Luis Muñoz is in the studio. Good morning.
You don't necessarily have to put it in, but you know.
It's not a bad thing, right? It's not a bad thing. So up early, is this unusual for you?
No. Actually, no.
Okay.
Up early and out of the house. That's unusual.
That's unusual. Yeah. So Lynn, your sister Lynn is always on the Facebook Live.
Always.
She's a daily caller. If I'm not here, she freaks out.
Usually we're up at 5 a.m. and we're doing a little 30-minute walk in the morning.
Yeah.
And so today I said, we couldn't do it today because I have to be on the show with Ray.
But it's like you're together.
I always listen.
It's like you're together with her anyway. And the third voice that we're going to be hearing now, I got Eric is in the studio. Good morning to you. How are you?
Buenas. Good.
Yeah. Now, did you have any gigs over the weekend?
Yes, Friday and Saturday night, man. You should be familiar with
Monster
the Friday night one.
Yeah,
yes.
Friday night over at Crust. Yeah, it's always a good time. Anyway, so it's an unusual get together of people here, but for something that I think is part of our lifestyle. There's been Make-A-Wish on Guam for the last 25 years. How long's it?
Just last year we celebrated 30 years on Guam.
30 years.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. So it started in 1988. 87 was actually when it formed. Former Lieutenant Governor Frank Bloss formed the chapter, but it was a subsidiary of the Hawaii chapter. And then 88 was when Guam was granted their independent charter status. So 30 years from 2018. quite a milestone for us.
We don't look bad for a 30-year-old.
Yeah, not terrible, not terrible. Well, you know what, and for a lot of people, you think about Make-A-Wish, and I'm because I'm the MC type, right? So I think about it in terms of some of the events that they do and some of the fun fundraisers they have, and among them is the tennis shoes and tails event.
Black tie and tennies.
Black tie and tennies, where you're allowed to get dressed up. I mean, to the nines, and then you can wear groovy tennis shoes. And for me, it's always the Chuck Taylor Converse All Stars in my tuxedo. That's one of my favorite fundraisers. And then you've got a big golf fundraiser that you guys do.
Actually, the golf fundraiser, that's actually what we consider an external event, and that's headed up by the Starts Golf Course, and that's a shared stream of revenue for us. We're one of the recipients, one of two recipients. I don't recall who the other one is.
Right. But there are a number of activities for which we drive revenue and some dollars for Make-A-Wish. Today is different. We're not trying to get any money for Make-A-Wish.
That's true.
I'm sure if somebody came in with a check,
we would turn that away.
We're not going to turn it down. I was going to say, well, hold on a second. We still could accept some dollars.
I didn't bring the deposit slips, but we'll go ahead and take it and run it by the bank. It's just down the street. So today, this is a mileage drive day.
Yes.
So how does it work? I know how it works, but for the listeners that are not familiar with the Wishes in Flight mileage drive, what's going on?
So what we want to do is we appeal to the public, the general public, to donate extra airline miles that they have, United preferred. But if you have some Delta Airlines miles that you accumulated and now they're no longer you can't use, I mean, there's a method to donating that to Make-A-Wish so that we can use that to grant travel wishes. And so you can either call our office number, 649-9474. Or if you're in the CNMI, you can call 670-483-9474.
Wait, what's the number for CNMI again?
670-483-9474.
Okay.
Or you can go online to our website, which is guam.wish.org, and then there's a sublink called ways to help, and then if you click on that link, there's a button there that says donate airline miles. And
so I'm gonna do this in real time. So it's
guam.wish.org.
Okay. And I can show this online, and
awesome.
everybody can see the process that we'd like you to go through. All right, guam.wish.org, and press that button there, and it will take me to this website. And I'm a little slow today on the internet side. Must be a Monday. All right, there it is. So we've got the Wishes About Us news and events for Guam and the CNMI. Refer a child, and maybe we'll go through some of those things in just a little bit as well. So it says.
You see the link that says ways to help?
No. Where? Mondo, where's it? Oh, I see it. Okay, it's on the extreme eastern side.
Yes.
So go right, and next to where it says donate. All right, click on ways to help, and then it will take me to another one: giving, fundraising, sponsorship.
Donate airline miles. You see that?
I see donate airline miles. Click on that. Okay.
Click on that. Right.
Well, this is not difficult at all.
No,
I get
not
the
at
sense
all.
that God gave horses. Support our Wishes in Flight program. Nationally, Make-A-Wish. Yada, yada, yada. 2.8 billion miles. So if you've got Delta miles, you can click on that. If you've got United miles, click on that, and then it will take you through the rest of the process. A lot of other airlines are participating in this as well. American, Southwest, JetBlue. This is cool. So who of everybody that wants to support Make-A-Wish.
Yeah, absolutely.
And all of the kids. It's now there's more to all of this, and I take you as deep into this as I possibly can in the Facebook Live, and give you a sense of what it's going to look like. So it'll ask you about the mileage program, how many miles you want to donate, up to and including all miles in account. And then there are expiration dates, and you're going to need to fill in some of the other information. And so this is the part where I'm going to have to stop. There are, because I don't want to be giving everybody my mileage information, because you'll look and go, God, you'd think he'd have more. You'd think that Ray would have more mileage, with as much crazy go-go jet world travel that he does.
Well, Ray, you need only 1,000 miles to donate, and that's minimum.
Oh, I can do that. Yeah,
okay,
I can do 1,000. 1,000 is like easy.
really want to see that happen for you.
Yeah,
But,
there's that possibility that,
yeah.
that something like that could absolutely happen. But it's a fairly straightforward process. Get to the website, and again, the website address is guam.wish.org. And in fact, I'm going to go ahead and back up one and paste to exactly that page that we want to go to on the Facebook Live. So just click that, and it will take you automatically to the part of the site where you can just start plugging in your mileage on the airline that is preferred. Now, are there any transfer fees involved in this, Pierre?
No transfer fees.
No transfer fees. All right.
No
So there's no cost to me in moving my mileage over to Make-A-Wish. And is anybody doubling? Is anybody matching any of the miles that we're doing?
Nobody is kind of offered that, but you know, I mean, we're hoping with the coverage we get here on your radio station, we can hear some corporate some corporate bigwigs out there who I know are big fans of yours that can hear that and maybe initiate a challenge.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Gas stations versus gas stations.
Absolutely.
Health insurance companies versus health insurance companies. Cell phone companies
Banks,
versus cell phone companies.
you know.
Senators.
Senators. Yeah.
I like that. I like that,
Just
Louise.
a thought.
Well, go ahead and start then. It's your turn.
Well, I'm
You
already
do it.
part of my Make-A-Wish, so I mean.
Well, no, but I mean, it's perfectly acceptable to issue a challenge to the 14 members of the legislature, your colleagues now at the 35th Guam legislature, and
Well,
and tell
Eric,
them
what do
that-
you think is a good number to challenge them with? I'm
I
not
think
sure.
I think a minimum for
the
them.
minimum
should
is
be,
1,000, right?
Should be actually a minimum should be 5,000 miles.
5,000
right?
miles.
for
Five.
somebody
And
from
just
the
imagine,
legislature,
each one of those miles can turn into votes.
You
We'll bring you right back. The 36th Guam legislature will look
That
just
is-
like the 35th Guam
That is such a
legislature.
goodwill PR move. I would highly.
Well, I'm going to hear
recommend
about
that.
this when we get into the
Well,
legislature,
it's
right?
not like the Rotary Club. It's not like you're going to get fined or something. It's not like you're
No,
going to walk
it's
in
not.
there and they're going to fine you for mentioning their names and calling them out.
But the thing is, just consider it. 5,000 miles can really make a child happy,
Mhm.
and when you really put it in terms like that, then it's going to a good cause.
Well, the votes thing works too.
Well,
You know,
it does.
If you want to be like the first one, like
I want to
if
put
you
the
wanna be
happiness into
Jimmy
this
Moylan
donation.
be the first one that gets on and says, "I'll donate 5,000 miles."
Yeah, and you're absolutely right, because we spend a good part of our campaign going around looking for people to donate to us. Well, now it's time for us to
Yeah,
give it
well,
back, right?
here, I'm thinking about this now. Who's the first senator that's already gone on a trip? That's Regine Biscoe Lee. Rules, right? She's already been on a trip.
She's
So arguably, she might have some mileage from that
Yeah,
transaction.
she may have some miles.
She could
All right,
be.
Regine.
It's all friends. We're all friends. It's all right. It's for a very, very worthy cause. So this Make-A-Wish, Wishes in Flight, how long has this program been out? Because like I said, I remember doing multiple live broadcasts from locations asking for people to donate their mileage.
Well, it's a national program that obviously every chapter can run with it as much as they can. For Guam, I honestly don't remember the first time we did it, but I do know that we set a record for our one-day mileage accrual and mileage donation with you.
I recall.
You remember
And
that.
it was over 2 million miles we raised at the CTO location. It was amazing.
Yeah,
you
I
know,
can't take the pressure to try to repeat that.
it may happen.
Why do you think we're sitting here?
Yeah, okay, exactly. Well, I'll let you know, Ray. Though I will.
But I
let
mean,
you know.
there are already miles in the bank already. People have already been donating, right?
Since you've been running the promo, I've received a fair amount of calls. Rich, what's his name?
Hart.
Yeah, Rich. He donated 160,000 Delta miles, and so. I just wanted to mention that because it was
just Applebee's, Piology.
Yeah, well, you know,
yes,
yeah. So fantastic guy, and so who is the?
So we've got those already in. There are other guys that have donated, and again, you can do it simple. It's a phone call 649-9474. Somebody will answer the phone and be able to walk you through that process, or the preferred method. It'll take you if you go to Facebook Live right now, and I'll pin the comment so that it'll always be up on the screen here. There is the link that will take you right to the page on guam.wish.org. They'll take you right to the page online where you'll be able to start plugging in your account information and how many miles that you'd like to donate. I don't know if there's a simpler way to do this other than just, you know what, maybe call somebody and maybe we'll, like at the election, you need a ride to the voting place? We'll take you over there. So obviously there's a commitment from United to back up the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
Absolutely. We're here to support Make-A-Wish. We've participated in a lot of the traveling with our Wish Kids to the States, and it's just been really a wonderful opportunity to interact with our folks at the airport, the various stations. The crews just enjoy that opportunity. And so at this point, I'd like to throw out a challenge to the pilots out there. I'm going to donate 10,000 miles to this and see if anybody can challenge me on that one.
So in my head, I'm asking a question. You guys generally fly for free. Why would you have a mileage account?
You know, it's really interesting. The traveling right now, especially on the mainland, the flights are full.
Yeah.
And so in order to get on,
even for a pilot,
you got to buy a ticket these days. So the industry has been really cranking out on the mainland, and I think that's one of the reasons why we're seeing so much. We've moved a couple of airplanes over to the mainland just because that's where the money is being made today. So,
I won't even pretend to try to understand the calculus that goes into route scheduling, route planning, and determining what airplanes go into which route. I mean, this is all done by magic and computers and guys throwing bones in Chicago, right?
Oh, absolutely. No, there's a lot of data that's out there today. You know, the computers have really provided a lot of information on how to where the traffic is moving, you know, what you do on your apps. Everything is being tracked today, and they're able to determine what places are the best for increasing flights or new destinations to add.
Well, I'll tell you what, the United app is a must-have on every phone. You can't get on the plane anymore without the United app.
Oh, it's that United app is just
posted and up to date on everything that's going on. It's like your gate has changed, and you get this information as you're stepping off the airplane and get into a data zone. All of a sudden, it starts kicking in, saying, "Okay, this is new information that you didn't have before. This is information that you need to continue your travel." What's it like when you know you've got a Wish family in the back?
It's incredible. To see the children, their excitement, the energy for a lot of these children have some medical issues that are really challenging, and when they come out and jump on an airplane, and for most of them it's the first time on an airplane. To see the wonder, to see the smiles, it's just really moving.
You're very lucky, though, to have that kind of contact, because in many cases, we know who the kids are, we know where it is that they want to go, and there's this process, and then they get on the airplane. It's not very often that board members of Make-A-Wish actually get to travel with or see the kids and the families while they're in transit. So you've got a real unique perch in the pointy end of the airplane to know that you've got a Wish family in the back, and I'm sure it's always fun for the crew to give them a little bit of extra special treatment, a little bit of extra United love.
Absolutely. And to your point, it's the feeling that you get inside when you're on board the airplane with the family is just very fortunate to be in that position.
Yeah,
very fortunate.
Well, there's other, I think they're kind of interesting, and having been a traveler, having been on the airplane, when there's a special announcement about a Wish kid. My favorite ones are the special announcements about when you get to carry men and women in the armed forces, and you make a nod to them.
Absolutely.
It's a real special treatment that they get. Have you had the opportunity, Louise, to travel with any of the Wish kids or meet some of the Wish families?
No, but since we've had Pierre on board, we actually get to experience it through his posting. So he'll usually take pictures of the kid, and usually they'll bring them up to the cockpit, and they'll put a nice Make-A-Wish shirt on, put the captain's hat on. Just makes it's really part of the magical.
Well, you also let them
experience,
let them fly the plane and take it off, right?
Well, it's on the ground. Yeah. They get to touch the controls.
They don't let me touch the controls. As many times as I've been there, just keep your hands in your pocket. You can put the hat on. Okay, take it off.
But it really empowers them too. A lot of the times, like Pierre said, it's the first time on an airplane ever. So even just to sit in the pilot seat just for a minute or two, just kind of really makes them feel extra special. So having Pierre on our board has really, really heightened the experience for us that don't get to travel with the Wish Kids.
Yeah.
But usually the families are very good at documenting it and sharing it with all of us.
Oh, especially the Disney ones.
Oh, we have
Those are my favorite
so
pictures.
many travel wishes. I think it's 70% maybe of
about
our
70%
of our
the
wishes are all travel.
Yeah, and involve travel. And the great thing about United is, yes, aside from having the Wish Kids up in the cockpit, but every stop along the way to their destination, they are treated like royalty. They are escorted to the lounges, and they're allowed access to that, and they just really treat them special, and it's a very memorable experience for the whole family.
As it should be.
As it should be.
I mean, that's the idea. Is we get these kids, and some of them are having a pretty rough time medically, and can you imagine the family and the stress on the family and the caregivers? And all of a sudden, you go through, and everybody gets together and says, you know what, you get a break, you get a break, you get a break, and we're going to see to your comfort, we're going to see to your happiness from point A here on Guam all the way to point B, which might be pretty much anywhere on the planet. Isn't it? I mean, with the travel wishes circle the globe, don't they?
Well, it really depends on the child, what they want to do, and if it's within our power, and it's we will definitely try to do that. We had a girl 4 years ago, and she'll be on the air with us later today.
Good.
Her name is Therese, and she really wanted to visit France. She was named after Saint Therese in France.
I remember. Yes.
Therese. So she will be joining us on the air today to talk about her experience, because that is an important aspect of what we do, is making sure that these kids remember it, and it helps them battle their illness. It really does. There's studies coming out that really show that the Make-A-Wish experience will give the child hope, and in turn, they are less likely to deviate from their wellness plan.
Yep.
And they follow it. Their routine doesn't become as laborious as it was before, because they're just excited about life again. And so. I wanted to dispel some misconceptions about Make-A-Wish, and that, what we do is we're not granting a last wish. We're granting a wish for the future of these kids. And so for us, that's what we want to get out to the public, that it is not, this is,
not terminal.
It's not terminal.
It's
no.
not, because there are a lot of people that go, well, say, that kid's still alive.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's because, and we're not talking about life-threatening illnesses either.
It's critical illnesses, and it could develop that way, but like I said, one of the stats we didn't share is that, about 70–80% of our kids go on to lead very productive adult lives, and so we're excited.
I'm sure
about
that there's more than one or two Wish Kids that are listening to the broadcast right now that are Wish adults.
Yes,
because we've been doing this for an awful long time. So there's a lot of people.
We still call them Wish Kids, even though they're adults.
It's 40 years old.
How'd you get wrangled in this outfit?
For Make-A-Wish.
Yeah.
Actually, I was a volunteer ever since 2007, I believe, and it wasn't until maybe 2012 where I became a board member, or 2014. But I started off as a wish granter, and I was just part of the process of interviewing the child and then planning the wish presentation. And then
So when did you do all of this here? See, we've worked in the same building before. We've ridden the same elevators. We've sang the same songs.
Been doing it ever since.
Wow, it's kind of behind the scenes. That I wasn't aware of, and now it's a little bit more of a. I may vote for you again in the next election now, just knowing this. I think everybody should.
As a matter of fact, maybe in the next hour we could talk about our Wish
in fact,
Granter
we will talk about some of
program.
those things. It's going to be a lot of back and forth. It's Make-A-Wish Monday here on the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. Got to break away. Got headline news coming up from the Fox News Center. And on the other side of that, Kevin Kerrigan is going to have a look at all the big stories, front page stuff on from today's Guam Daily Post, and then we'll have Jerry Roberts in the studio. We'll spend some time with him and the Extra Point and all of the other things. And the line here this morning is, hey, did you see the Dow? Did you see where the Dow ended up? Their Friday, our Saturday. I won't give you all the details right now, but it's my favorite color, green. The radio station is KUSG. Got you. Stand by now for Fox News Live.
border battle showdown. I'm Paul Stevens, Fox News. Both sides in Congress prepping for a fight over the president's emergency declaration.
In Congress, House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy on Fox's Sunday Morning Future said the declaration is well within the president's power to invoke.
Yes, it is an emergency that has been shown before, and I believe at the end of the day, this wall is going to be built, not sea to shining sea, but about 200 miles.
Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth on ABC's This Week says she thinks the Senate will stand in opposition.
I think there's enough people in the Senate who are concerned that what he's doing is robbing from the military and the DOD to go build this wall.
But should the president use the veto stamp on Congress's refusal, Senator Duckworth says overriding that would be difficult. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
The entertainment site TMZ reporting that a grand jury will hear evidence in the case involving Empire actor Jussie Smollett early next week. Smollett saying he was attacked weeks ago in Chicago by two individuals who used racial epithets. Police arresting them, releasing two Nigerian brothers who they say in some way may be connected to the case. State Department spokeswoman Heather Nauert withdrawing from consideration to be the next U.S. ambassador to the United Nations.
It's unclear whether she'll remain in her role as spokesperson for the State Department or not, though a subsequent statement from her boss, Secretary Pompeo, seemed to bid her farewell. He wrote, "I wish Heather nothing but the best in all of her future endeavors and know that she will continue to be a great representative of this nation in whatever role she finds herself."
Fox's Jillian Turner. Nauert was a Fox News correspondent before joining the State Department. Drums, dragons, and dancers parading through New York's Chinatown today, ushering in the Chinese New Year, the Year of the Pig. That happening in the city with the biggest population of anyone with Chinese descent outside of any city in Asia. This is Fox News.
#1 online and mobile remittance service to the Philippines. Get a chance to win a trip for two to Manila with 3 days and 2 nights accommodations at the Belmont Hotel at Resorts World Manila. Here's how to join. Download the Exchange app or visit exchange.me. Sign up and send money to the Philippines. You can also visit the Exchange office inside the iConnect building in Upper Tumon. Promo ends May 2nd, 2019. Call 888-736-3 for more information. Conditions apply. Take advantage of Exchange Dollar to Remit promo. Visit exchange.me for details.
California's new governor not pulling any punches about the president.
California Governor Gavin Newsom began his State of the State speech Tuesday by criticizing the president over his push for border wall funding.
This border emergency is nothing more than a manufactured crisis, and California will not be part of this political theater.
He did offer praise, though, over the president's effort to lower prescription drug prices. And Friday said he didn't really want to spar with Trump, that he wanted to work with him to stop drugs from coming in, for example. But said on that issue, the president's delusional.
Nancy Pelosi has run circles around the president of the United States, not once, now twice. He's been embarrassed, and his base needs to be fed.
He said the president should focus on real emergencies like the still displaced residents from wildfires. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Poland's prime minister canceling his plans to attend a meeting of Central European leaders in Israel starting tomorrow. This coming amid new tensions over how Polish behavior during the Holocaust is remembered and characterized. Poland's foreign minister plans to attend instead. It's a slow President's Day weekend at the movie box office.
The sci-fi fantasy Alita: Battle Angel has topped the charts in its first weekend in theaters.
Does it bother you that I'm not completely human?
You are the most human person I have ever met.
20th Century Fox says the James Cameron-produced film earned an estimated $27 million. And second place, the Lego Movie 2, the second part.
Hang on to your fronts, Planny. We're going to save Lucy and all of the other people who were captured.
Warner Brothers also has the #3 movie with the comedy, Isn't It Romantic? Debbie Hanley, Fox News.
The U.S. Supreme Court on Tuesday takes up a case involving an Alabama man, Mitch Hungerpiller, who developed a way to process undeliverable mail. He's now spent, though, over a decade fighting the U.S. Post Office over a solution that his company patented. I'm Paul Stevens, and this is Fox News.
Experience the Take Care difference. Take Care members can count on accessing a high-quality, credentialed network of on-island providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and urgent care, access to an extensive off-island network of providers, and the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs. You can count on Take Care to deliver comprehensive, accredited insurance coverage and quality health care when and where you need it. Take Care. Our island, your health plan. Learn more at takecareasia.com.
Here at APL, our core values give the company its heart and soul. Whether it's connecting your business with our global network through our newly enhanced service or investing our efforts into giving back to the community, APL is committed to serving you. We humbly honor the opportunity to find innovative solutions for you and your business. To learn more about our enhanced service, call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com/Guam for more details.
On March 9th, join Bank of Guam for the EFIT Run and Block Party to benefit Guam Cancer Care and American Cancer Society. Our Sunset 2K and 5K run will start at Chamorro Village with showtime at 4 and go time at 5. And don't forget about our block party starting at 4 o'clock, complete with food trucks, a kids zone, live entertainment, and a beer garden, so don't forget your ID. This is a bring your own water bottle event. The EFIT Run and Block Party, Saturday, March 9th. Bank of Guam, member FDIC.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. News time here at The Point is 7 minutes past 7 a.m. this Monday morning. I'm Kevin Kerrigan. Here's a look now at some of the top stories from the Guam Daily Post. Guam police are asking for the public's help in finding the driver of a vehicle who struck and killed a 50-year-old pedestrian Saturday night in Mighty. The man was walking near the Coast 360 Credit Union in the eastbound lane on Route 8 about 11 o'clock at night when he was struck by an unknown vehicle that fled the scene. Guam Police Sergeant Paul Tapau says the man was transported to Naval Hospital Guam, where he was pronounced dead by attending physicians. This was the fourth traffic fatality of the year, 2 of which have been pedestrians struck by hit-and-run drivers. Sergeant Tapau is calling on anyone who may have seen the crash to call police dispatch at 472-8911, or you can call the Guam Crime Stoppers 24-hour hotline at 477-HELP. The transition report prepared for the Leon Guerrero administration characterizes Guam Visitors Bureau's efforts as disjointed, even though there are some good endeavors underway, according to the report. The current marketing plan is described as dated and in need of updating to adapt to rapid industry changes. The transition report was prepared by a 10-member team led by Chairman Dan Tidinko. The report recommends 6 quick fixes that the incoming administration can and must attend to. First on the list is the repair and maintenance of public restrooms. The report recommends that the administration take immediate control of the $549,000 that has been appropriated to the Department of Parks and Rec, which is responsible for keeping public restrooms clean. The report describes the unkept condition of those restrooms at this time as shameful and a blight that reflects poorly on our island in the eyes of local residents as well as visitors. We'll have more news after this.
Hi, welcome to this Subway ad for our all-new Ultimate Cheesy Garlic Bread. How would you like it?
I'll take a skeptical grandma.
Set in her ways?
A smidge.
Grandma, try this Ultimate Meatball Marinara made with Ultimate Cheesy Garlic Bread. Melted mozzarella, Parmesan, garlic butter spread. It's just like yours.
Like mine? My grandmother's recipe?
Try it.
You know, my grandmother's cheesy garlic bread was never all that.
Subway, make it what you want. Limited time only at participating restaurants.
Make the good things last longer. Get 3 more days for free on our 3-day prepaid rate plan. That's 6 days of unlimited local calls, SMS, and 1 gig of 4G LTE data per day for just $7.95. Text HS3 to 3282 from your Docomo Pacific prepaid phone to sign up today. Docomo Pacific, better together. Some conditions apply.
10 minutes past 7 a.m. here at The Point. The attorney for former Lieutenant Governor Ray Tenorio is demanding the Guam Police Department comply with the Freedom of Information Act request as he prepares for the upcoming trial, which is scheduled to start on March 13th. Attorney Tom Fisher had sought copies of the department's operating procedures and policies relating to the possession, use, and holstering of firearms by GPD officers. Tenorio faces misdemeanor charges of reckless conduct and obstructing government functions in connection with a gun-grabbing incident at a block party in July of last year. Acting Chief of Police Steve Ignacio denied the request on the grounds that the police department's investigation techniques, if exposed, would threaten the safety of law enforcement and the integrity of investigations. But in his response, Attorney Fisher called the refusal to disclose the information wrongful and capricious, saying he did not request any information related to an investigation or police techniques. As such, your act, he said to the chief, may constitute a criminal misdemeanor and be subject to a personal fine of $1,000. Fisher warned that if the department doesn't comply, he'll file a writ commanding compliance. Take Care Insurance has announced it'll be closing its obstetrics and gynecology department at the FHP Health Center on March 29th. The announcement was made by Take Care President and CEO Joseph Husline in a February 11th letter to Take Care members. In his letter, Husline wrote that Take Care experienced significant challenges in some areas of its business last year. As a result, following a just-completed financial analysis, an executive decision was made to close the FHP OBGYN department effective March 29th. Husline said FHP patients will still have access to their choice of OBGYN providers through Take Care's specialty provider networks. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. Ray and Mike now with some weather.
And let's see what we've got. Breezy conditions today, partly cloudy skies, some isolated light showers. Northeast winds 20 to 25 miles an hour, decreasing after sunset. Expected highs around 88 degrees, and overnight lows should be about 75 degrees is what we're talking about here today. Sunset tonight, 6:27. Sunrise tomorrow morning will be at 6:43. And if you're very, very lucky, you will have the same kind of gorgeous moon tomorrow night as we had earlier this morning.
Yeah,
Just
absolutely.
couldn't take my eyes off it. Made driving difficult, but, still I made it to work, thankfully.
Yeah, and it'll be coming up in the east about sunset and then moving on over. So midnight, be a perfect time to get out there and just kind of bask in the glow of the glowing moon. That'd be nice.
I'm wondering if there's anything to that. I've asked a question, but it's been a long time since I've recently asked. With the resurgence or surgence of crystal methamphetamine, or just the fact that there's a lot more crazy people out there. I wonder if things are busier in the cop shop, if things are busier in the emergency rooms on those crazy full moon nights.
Ah, interesting. Yeah, some studies show that there's a thing to that. It has to do with tidal forces on the brain.
Is it? Speaking of tidal forces, now I'm wondering about what we might have with the weather radar. It doesn't look like, I thought it was broken because I didn't see anything on it.
Yeah, there's not much in terms of rainfall. Very isolated stuff, and it looks like that's going to slide off down to our southeast as it moves northeast to southwest. So nothing really to worry about here. I got that fetch of wind, which is giving us rip currents over on the east side. So watch out for that if you get near the water. Checking the satellite right now, and more of what we've seen for the past few days. We can see the blobage down to the southeast. That's 92 WNVest. Again, the models, they're a little bit all over the place with this system, but it looks like we'll get some kind of something sliding to our south towards the weekend. When that happens, that's really going to pick up the winds, I think. That's going to be the big thing for us, is just the winds. Probably very few showers. By the time it gets here, it's going to entrain a lot of the dry air that's currently over us, and that's just going to choke it. That's going to choke it as far as the tropical system goes and the rainfall. So just lots of wind, I think. Really,
I was talking with somebody, looking at the conditions down there now, not a whole lot by way of the circular formation going on, and not a whole lot by way of sustained winds in that region at this time.
No, there's not, and there are a lot of other factors. I mean, the wind shear right now is just really horrible, especially once you get north of 10 degrees latitude. The wind shear is zonal from the west because of the jet stream. You can see it actually on the satellite picture far to our north, but the jet stream is zooming by at about 30 degrees north, and the wind shear extends all the way down to 10 degrees right around our latitude. And so that's going to shear anything apart that has any sort of formation once it gets north of that line.
Boy, look what
it's still way down to the south.
Yeah, I'm looking at, you got me looking at that jet stream thinking, wow, I wonder how windy it is in Taiwan right now. 7:14 in the morning, and a note from my friend Tom, the cop, says, full moon on Friday nights, definitely busy for patrol. Definitely busy for patrol. So, yeah, looking at the moon that we had overnight might have made for a little bit extra crazy for the cops over the weekend. 7:15, that's news and weather together right here on The Point.
Security Title is honored to join in sponsoring Ray Gibson on The Point. Half a day. I'm Mark Benventi of Santa Rita, and this is where I start my day, listening to the voice of our community and sharing thoughts and issues that affect us all. It all boils down to our people, our land. Protei Igumamo. Protect your home. When purchasing or refinancing your home, remember to call the professionals at Security Title, just like you call Ray Gibson in the morning.
Right on, 7:15. If your world is full of the same old, lame old hamburgers, hit reset, because Wendy's went and made a whole new world with the new Made to Crave menu. I love the way they title things over there, featuring the peppercorn mushroom melt with savory mushrooms, barbecue cheeseburger with sweet and smoky barbecue sauce, the sauce and bacon cheeseburger with bacon for days, because it's your world now. It's your world, and Wendy's just rocked it. Try the new hamburgers on the Made to Crave menu today at Wendy's. Portions of the Ray Gibson Show also brought to you by Guam Regional Medical City, the first choice for all of your specialty care needs. You know what? I want you to check out, I want to say it's today's Daily Post, talking about the specialty care. Like, my foot doctor is Noel Salon, and my buddy Kano's foot doctor is Noel Salon as well, and had a tumor taken out. So Dr. Salon, working with Quasi, over at Guam Regional Medical City, we're able to get the thing out, and I think Kano's back to playing golf already. So I think that's a big deal. You want to talk about specialty care? That's what they do at GRMC. Also brought to you by the guys at Micronesia Renewable Energy. Never been a better time to go solar. And of course, my other friends at, where's those guys at? APL, where they're shipping the future.
Attention homeowners, if you don't have a solar energy system on your roof from Micronesia Renewable Energy, now is the time to get one. MRE solar energy systems now come with battery storage for zero money down. This means that your home will have power even when the island power isn't available, like during power outages or during and after storms. The inconvenience of not having power for your home is a thing of the past. Don't be left in the dark. Call 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, the smarter choice.
Real Talk Radio is back. Welcome to The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
How's it going? We good? 7:17 in the morning. It is the Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. 888-8255-888-TALK. It is Make-A-Wish Monday, and so at various times in the program, various breaks, we'll have people in here from the Make-A-Wish organization here on Guam talking about how we're going to get mileage out of your mileage bank, whichever one that you happen to use. Our preference is for United because they're here and now. But if you've got some Delta mileage that you have no idea what to do with because there's no Delta flying in and out of Guam anymore, we've got a mechanism for you to be able to convert those into Make-A-Wish miles for the kids here on Guam. And I got a couple of people that'll be in the studio in just a little bit to talk about that. Also, see if we can line up a call to one of the very first Wish kids that ever got a wish granted here on Guam in the 30 years that they've been around doing this. But right now, we're going to take a look and see how the markets did over the weekend. Did you see what the Dow is up to? Up 443 points on their close on their Friday hour Saturday. 25,883. 25,883 points for the Dow. Not too far off from where they were this time last year, come to think of it. NASDAQ at 7472, they're up by 45 points. And the S&P 500 closing at 2775. They're up by 29 points as well. Nikkei is down. Hang Seng is down. The Shanghai Index is down. and the DAX is up by 210 points. They closed at 11,299. Now, on the commodities, what have we got for you in the commodities? Oil trading at $55.59, which is a little bit lower than what I'd originally tracked it at this morning. 55.98 is the number that I have from oilprices.com. 55.98, which if that's the going rate for a barrel of West Texas crude, that's ugly because it's up by almost $1.50 from where it was on Friday. Friday we were looking at the price of oil at $54.50, and again today 55.98 for this morning. Not much of a change for Tapas. It's up, but only by about 2 bits here. $68.35. When you and I looked at it on Friday, it was $68.09. So, like I said, not much of a big increase in the price of Tapas crude as we're looking at some of those numbers. And just because I can, we'll look at gold, $1,322 if you are buying gold today. Speaking of gold, Jerry Roberts, the golden Jerry Roberts, in the studio this morning, just back from a day over at the beach.
Live up to this?
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm not sure.
It was nice seeing you. A rare weekend appearance by J.Q. Fanihi yesterday.
Good reason.
At the send-off party for John Anderson over at Pirates Cove. It was a well-attended event. Lots of people got an opportunity to get out there and pay their respects and say hello to Mahi and the kids.
Yeah. It was good to see him. I had never met Kyoki. And
bright boy.
Yeah, great kid. And I saw Debbie, and first time in many years, and Darren, and
well, I remember the first time I ever met those kids. We were at the lobby at KUAM and Ordot Chalampago. Yeah. I mean, that's how they've grown. How we've all managed to grow. This is back when Jerry had hair. 7:21 in the morning. So that was a good time, and you had an opportunity to get up there and say a few things.
Yeah, I was able to tell a story. I mean, everybody had stories. I was listening to people. I'm doing a little bit of that this morning with this, but I was listening to people telling stories as I walked around.
Yeah,
the remembrances of just things that John did and things that John said, and the impact he had upon people's lives, and just. It goes to show that you can make an impact on somebody without having to go all out of your way and try really hard. John was just a really nice guy, and he made an impact on people, and by being a nice guy.
Pretty much, and there were a bunch of other nice guys there. I want to say welcome to Guam. My old friend Mike Powell, Mike with 3 letters, is back in town for just a little bit. If you want to get contacted with him, get a hold of me, and you got my WhatsApps and my email addresses. Get a hold of me, and I'll see if I can hook you up with 3 letters on the short time that he is here. 7:22. Speaking of short time, they get into the Make-A-Wish Foundation and some of the other things that they're going to be doing after headlines with Kevin Kerrigan. On the way to headlines with Kevin Kerrigan is the breathless, yet breathtaking Jerry Roberts, and here is today's Extra Point.
A large gathering of folks came together in a tribute to the life of John Anderson yesterday, and hearing people tell stories about what he meant to them got me thinking about one of my favorite stories. We'll talk today about planting seeds on the Extra Point.
It's important to have claims process that works for you. At Guahan Insurance Services, we make things simple and convenient. Same door you walked in to purchase your insurance is the same door you open to file your claim. We can't pretend that the car insurance claims process is fun, but we can promise a hassle-free and speedy recovery without any runarounds. For your home, auto, and business insurance, visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center on Marine Corps Drive in Tamuning. Don't forget to like us on Facebook or give us a call at 475-1162 or text 929-SAVE. That's 929-7283.
As people shared stories with me yesterday, I imagine John scattering seeds. You've heard me talk about Big Ed, my first boss. When I look back on the time I spent with him, he was also planting seeds. Sometimes the seeds were knowledge. Other times it was encouragement, praise, and positive feedback. In either case, it sends a message to the individual that my manager is making an investment in me. Everybody wants this, whether they admit to it or not, or if they are embarrassed by the extra attention. We're wired that way. We seek approval of people in authority. We liked it when Mom and Grandma told us things that boosted our ego, strengthened our self-esteem. It made us feel we could do anything. Kind of works the same way with teachers as you're growing up through school. When we get to the workplace, we're still looking for affirmation that we're doing a good job. A smart boss starts planting seeds from the get-go, building people up. It's said that the #1 job of a leader is to create more leaders. This includes leaders along the front line of the organization at every level. These are leaders without a title. But if they do break into the supervisory ranks, who is going to be their example of how to do it right? That's right, you. It's just like parenting. You're not just raising kids. You're teaching them how to be future parents. You're showing people you supervise how to be future managers. If you want a person to be nurturing and encouraging and to build confidence, they can compete at a high level. You have to lay that in as a basic foundation. Whatever John may have lacked in terms of conventional management skills, he made up for it by making people feel better about themselves, their job, and their company. What I kept hearing yesterday was he helped me, he pushed me, he encouraged me, he showed me how to do this. He was there for me when I needed it. Whatever your position is at your organization, I want you to scatter some seeds today. Today. You don't need anybody's permission. If you see somebody doing a good job, tell them, hey, I see how hard you work. You're really a big reason why we're doing so well, and I'm happy to work alongside of you. That's a seed. If you're a manager, you need to add planting seeds to your playbook and run that play every day. If it's a knowledge thing and you see somebody struggling with a certain job or process, stop and say, I can see you're trying hard to get this procedure down. It had me stumped for a while, and I learned something that made a big difference, made a big change. Would you like to see it? That's a seed. Here's a little challenge. I want you to drop a positive seed on 3 people today. 1, 2, 3. Not hard, right? In fact, I want you to do it every day this week. I wasn't a math major, but that comes out to 15 positive, uplifting things that will flow from your mouth to a coworker, whether they be a peer, a person you supervise, or they supervise you. Yes, you can even drop a seed on your boss. They need to hear the good stuff, too. That's the extra point. Get out there and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
You know, in addition to dropping the seeds, by the way, a very good extra point for a Monday. It'll get people thinking about it for the week. But can you imagine just how what the impact is going to be on the morale of the shop if you got somebody that is running around spreading seeds, catching people, doing it right, doing a good job, and just being outgoing and positive? You know, can you imagine what the impact of 15 of those seed bombs are going to be this week?
Sure.
In the office.
Well, one thing I can tell you, and it's a great point you bring up, is that it's tough for the naysayers. Because there's another side to this. It's tough for the negative seed bombers to jump in because they see the good stuff going on, and they kind of sit back. Because a lot of people who are negatively oriented will wait until something else negative happens, and then they descend and drop their stuff.
But if you've got a constant barrage of walking around and saying, hey, you look great today, or I saw what you did with the customer, outstanding work.
Yep.
You know, golly, I wish I had 5 more guys like you. It's just words like that that'll make somebody's day, but it just, you know, infuses this positivity in the building.
Be sincere and be specific. Let them know you saw what they did. Be specific in your praise, and if you can do that, you'll start off the snowball rolling downhill.
So in the radio industry and as a programmer and as a manager, you know, I've always tried to. Every radio station has a thing called the hotline in the studio, and the hotline is for the boss to call and tell you that you botched up that break, or my God, you put those 2 commercials together. Those 2 commercials should never go together.
Not that it ever rang on during my show or anything like that.
Who authorized you to play that music? It sounded like tennis shoes going around in the dryer. We don't play that in the morning drive. But I always tried to make it a habit for myself for at least 1 talent a week to catch them doing it right. So I'm listening to the radio. If I hear a great bit, I hear a perfectly executed break or something like that, I'll call up and say, hey, Donna, you sound terrific this week.
Yeah.
And you know, all of a sudden, it's nice to get back in the office and see everybody, you know, walking 3 feet above the ground.
Yeah.
And it's something simple as that. So think about that while you're driving around this morning. There's somebody in the office. There's somebody at the shop right now that could use that. What do you call it? The seed bomb.
The seed bomb. Can I share one thing before you kick me out of here?
Absolutely. Drop it today.
Okay. John, a couple of times in the early days of JQ from the E, disagreed with something that I said on the radio.
Imagine that.
As hard as that was to believe. But he came in during the program and began to bark at me. You know, and I said to him, get out of my studio. I said, this is mine from 6 to 10. Okay, if 10 o'clock comes, you can take a club and beat me with it if you want to.
Right.
That's your right. But you don't want me to go downhill while we're live and trying to do something for the sponsors here, right? And he took a look. He said, you know something? You're right. And he never, ever did that again. But there were a couple of times he was waiting with a club at 10 o'clock.
Oh,
I can tell you.
having taken over for the big man's Bigfoot show, yes, I know exactly what you mean. And there have been more than one or two occasions. Not too many. I've always tried to be a pretty level head in the studio, but not too many of them. But every once in a while, I see Rex waiting for me at the door, going, "Guess which client I got a call from today?"
Yeah.
Okay, I guess we're going to have one of those meetings, huh? 7:30 in the morning. Jerry Roberts taking care of today's extra point and absolutely knocking it out of the park. I can always tell when he's knocked it out of the park when we just want to have a rollicking conversation. Now, Friday, let me just run back to something that we talked about on Friday, because you were fawning over Ocasio-Cortez. This is his new girlfriend now. It's Jerry and Ocasio sitting under a tree. Anyway, so you were we got into the conversation about other possibilities that might be running for office against Donald Trump in 2020. Now there were predictions that were made. You said you had predicted that Ocasio-Cortez.
I didn't predict she would win. I said she'll be 35 years old and eligible to be president.
Correct.
Just before the election.
And then we started talking about it, and you made a prediction, but you made it after we were off the air.
I don't think Trump will be reelected. I think the Republican Party will choose somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Trump is gone before the end of his term.
There might be something coming out of one of these investigations that could cause him to be forcibly kicked out, and a presidential pardon by Mike Pence.
Possible.
Think that's where it might be headed?
Who knows?
We'll wait and see. My least favorite words in talk radio. We'll wait and see. But we were talking about Biden, some of the other guys that might be running for office.
Yeah, you were right. He's 76.
76. Biden is 76, and Donald Trump was 70 when 70 years and 220 days old.
And I think Reagan was 72 when he was
on his inauguration. He was 72 on his second inauguration.
Was that right?
Yeah. It was, so when he was inaugurated a second time, that makes him the oldest. But I believe for the terms of the oldest president that was in office. So I think Reagan's got it, but he was not the oldest when he first was elected president of the United States. Youngest one? You want to take a guess?
Youngest president.
Yeah, youngest president ever.
Teddy Roosevelt.
Correct. Youngest, but he did not win that election. He got it when his predecessor, when his president was shot.
Right.
The youngest elected president of the United States.
Kennedy.
You and I been researching on the same wiki pages, taking a look at it. So for those of you that get to thinking, well, Trump's an old guy. Yeah, Trump's an old guy, but everybody that might be running against him in the upcoming presidential election also older than they are. Nancy Pelosi, 78 years old. Right? Bernie Sanders, 77 years old.
There is hope for us.
That's right. We just keep getting good grades, keep getting decent marks in school. So ponder that, why don't you? And the thing that stands out in my head is 76 years old for Biden. Elizabeth Warren, Pocahontas, is 69. Pelosi, 78. Sanders, 77. Where are all of the young, but brave young politicians out there? Where's the next generation of politicians? These are old people.
Well, we're talking about the girl from New York all the time.
Yeah. We are, yeah, but
28.
I just don't know that
there's going to be more.
Going to go somewhere.
I'll tell you one thing. As I said the other day, the key number here is 60 million people in that Z category.
Yep.
The millennial and Generation Z category, most of whom did not come out in the last election. No one has inspired them yet. Some, yes, but most of them didn't come out. If anybody can inspire them, that's 60 million votes who may come out more or less in a block.
Just think about 60 million people of such diverse thinking that it might be hard to get them all under the same tent. That could be another consideration going forward.
But I bet you that they'll be voting as a generation.
Could be.
More often than not.
7:33, we'll watch all of this stuff because that's what we do in the talk radio land. It's time for headlines from the Guam Daily Post. Kevin Kerrigan.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. And the headlines from the Guam Daily Post this morning, less than a week after it opened, the SLE Lucky Charm Game Room has agreed to close its doors. The game room opened up at the Ipao Breeze Inn on Ipao Road in Tamuning on February 8th. Local residents immediately began expressing concerns, telling the Guam Daily Post they were shocked that the game room was allowed to open in their neighborhood. The Post confirmed the owner of the establishment decided to close it down last Friday. Attorney General Levin Camacho recently announcing that the Attorney General's office has not changed its long-held position that gaming machines are illegal on Guam. He expects the Guam Supreme Court to issue a ruling on that question soon. Lieutenant Colonel Esther Agagi, Guam National Guard Adjutant General, has authorized a nationwide search to fill several leadership positions in the Guam National Guard. According to the military position announcements, the jobs are being advertised nationwide to fill a number of vacant positions at the Joint Forces Headquarters in Barragata. Among the job openings is a Deputy G4 position, which is a logistics officer. A Deputy G3 position also is open for an operations staff officer, along with a senior enlisted leadership position. All of the open positions were posted last week. When asked for comment on the job postings, Major Josephine Blas, Guam Army National Guard spokesperson, said no current Guam Guard officers were let go or relieved in order to make those positions available. She said it's not unusual, nor is it against Army National Guard policy to advertise positions nationwide. Lasia Casil, the new director of the Agana Restoration and Redevelopment Authority, is on a mission to find funding to carry out a long-standing plan to rebuild Agana. Currently, there is $5 million in existing funds available. At least $15 million more is necessary. Casil told the Post that she hopes to find some federal grants, but there may be a local funding source available as well. The transition report released last week on the Redevelopment Authority, the administration recommends redirecting property taxes from Agana as mandated by law. The goal of the longstanding redevelopment plan is to rebuild a government administration center in Agana that would house about 1,500 GovGuam employees and reduce the cost of rental space for GovGuam by about $5.7 million. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
I know how they can do it. So they take whatever they got and build up this new kind of administration building that they can have and then charge for parking in Agana. Right? We just put up all these little parking meters up there because there was no parking in Agana before the government moved out. And then they moved out, and there's still, there's still some spots where it's kind of tricky to find parking close to restaurants and museums and legislatures and things like that.
A parking garage.
I think that might actually be part of the some of the Disneyland plans that I've seen. 7:36 in the morning, and that's what we got for you for headlines from the Guam Daily Post. There's Kevin Kerrigan. It's 7:36. That's iConnect time. Swing by an iConnect and learn about the incredible push to talk mobile and internet plans for 2019.
Do you know someone who has difficulty following conversation in noisy places or turns up the TV a little too loud? These may be signs of a hearing loss. Ross Hearing Aids specializes in hearing evaluations, custom-fit hearing aids using the latest in wireless digital technology, and custom-fit hearing protectors. Call Ross Hearing Aids today to schedule a complimentary hearing consultation. 637-HEAR, 637-HEAR. Ross Hearing Aids, located across Shirley's in Harmon.
Last time I looked at the traffic, it was kind of normal, but now I'm seeing a different kind of normal traffic up and down Route 1 leading up to Anderson Air Force Base. A little bit busy through there. We're not seeing a whole lot of busy traffic into the downtown area and the Dededo area, but my guess is that's going to pick up here in just a couple of minutes. I'm actually surprised it's not busy right now. 8, 10, and 16 starting to build up. 10 and 15 building up. The intersection from the mobile that takes you into the University of Guam area also building up. Route 4 fairly clear once you get past the intersection of 4 and 10 and down into the Agana area. You might see a couple of a little bit of traffic delays as you make your way through Agana down to Marine Corps Drive. Just a lot of traffic over at the intersections. And a little bit of traffic for folks trying to get into Big Navy and Sumai. I wouldn't say it's backed up. It's just starting to busy up. It also looks like it might be doing some busy work in front of that area that takes you near Navy Hospital as well. So expect some delays. Things to start building up. My guess is another 10 minutes. It'll be crazy out there. At 7:38, that's right now traffic on the point.
KFC has finally answered the world's most important question. What came first, the chicken or the egg? And the answer is both. Introducing KFC's KFC AM, their new Southern and local-inspired breakfast. AM-loaded platter with chicken fried rice, waffles, and Colonel's chicken congee. KFC also has your all-time favorites, AM chicken and egg wraps, Southern biscuit and sausage sandwich, and hash browns. So for finger-licking good mornings, AM will never be the same at KFC. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
888-255-888-TALK is my telephone number. We're going to work up and see if we can get a fella named Michael Bartels on the line in a couple of minutes. Ken LG is already on the line, and something I noted in my review of the newspapers this morning, Guam Daily Post, Saturday edition, page 2 story, voters' election lawsuit loses on a technicality. Good morning, Ken.
Good morning.
Hey, boy, it was nice seeing you yesterday, by the way.
It was nice seeing you and so many other people who have been inspired by John Anderson.
Yes, one way or the other. It was a well-attended event for a well-lived life. That was kind of a beautiful day. Now, I'm getting into what we were talking about here today, the voters' election lawsuit here, and I guess the Guam Election Commission filed a motion to dismiss. You weren't there to fight it. What happened?
Well, what happened there is I lost on a technicality because when they filed their motion to dismiss, it was basically the same motion they had filed before. And so since their position hadn't changed when they filed another motion to dismiss, I figured that I should, since my position was basically the same, that we would have arguments on this.
Oh.
Whereas basically if I had filed a document that said their position hasn't changed, neither has mine, that would have met the technical requirement. And that's where I lost, because I hadn't filed a document in response to their document.
Because you had already done something similar. You figured it was the same thing.
Well, we were scheduled for a hearing on the motion.
Yeah.
So my assumption, and again, it was an assumption, was that we've got all these motions. We're going to have a hearing on the motions. And my argument was that in all the documentation put forth by the Attorney General's office, not once did they address the core of my complaint, which is the Guam Election Commission did not count 905 ballots. And they, through all their motions, all this obscure legal references, cases, all on procedure, nothing on the
merits,
the validity of the complaint.
Yep.
So, what we're going to have to do is just basically address this through the legislature and eliminate the primary election, because when taxpayers are paying for an election, we have a reasonable expectation our votes are going to be counted. And for the government officials to make an arbitrary decision that we're not going to count certain votes in direct opposition to Guam Law 3 GCA 11-114, which says all valid portions of a ballot must be counted. And that's the result of the case that went all the way to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, but I appreciate you looking to the legislature to try to do something like that. Of course, the legislature is a body that is comprised of Republicans and Democrats, and those two parties benefit from being able to have open elections conducted at the taxpayer expense. So I think it's going to be kind of tricky getting that message through.
Not as tricky as it would have been before, because the level of trust between the public and politicians that is still at a historical low, and we intend to capitalize on that, because by eliminating the primary election, we minimize the control by political parties over the process.
And that means that independent thinkers like you and I could go straight to the general.
Yeah.
That's and I think that, again, we talk about things that are scary, and I think that's among them. To 15 people over at the legislature, one of who is in the room, and of course a whole bunch of people, Democrats over at Adelup. Hey, I got to run. I got a couple of important people I got to talk to.
All right, talk to you soon.
Appreciate your time. 888-825-888-TALK. 7:43 on a Make-A-Wish Monday. It's Wishes in Flight. 70% of all of the kids that find themselves working with the guys and the girls over at the Make-A-Wish Foundation on Guam want to go someplace. And as you might imagine, it's expensive. I mean, as airplane travel, especially to and from Guam, is It's pricey, to say the very least. So the fun thing is, let's see if we can find some mileage out there that will get the kid and their family on the road and on the go. More on how to do that in a couple of seconds. In fact, I can tell you right now, easy way to do it is follow me, go find me on Facebook Live on the Point, and click on the link. I've pinned it so that it's the first thing that should pop up in the conversation. And click on that link, and it'll take you to the GuamWish.org site, where you'll be able to fill in all the information and actually donate your miles, and it won't cost you anything. There are no transfer fees associated with what we're working on the Wishes in Flight. More on that in a second. But in order to put the whole blessings, if you will, of the Make-A-Wish Foundation into perspective, and I've got Senator Luis Muñoz in the studio. Eric Tarinko was a famed bass player here on Guam. And cyclist, dirt cycling, because we don't want to go fast anywhere. Just want to be able to enjoy the view. And it's been nice and dry up on the trails, huh?
That's right.
How does that work out for dirt bikers like you?
Well,
mountain bikes.
It's perfect out there. So come out and ride.
He makes it, and he says, "Oh, come out and ride." And so the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to find ourselves up on Turner Road on a Saturday, on a random Saturday or Sunday morning. So the first part of this, come out and ride, is let's ride uphill for a mile. It's let's just go vertical for a mile. Can you handle that? And I remember when I was brand new in it, and the answer was, "Yeah, I can." Kind of huffing and puffing up my way, but I was able to make it. 7:45 in the morning. So like I said, I want to put this into perspective here. This whole Wish Kid and how long we've been doing it and the benefits of it. I understand, if I do this right, Michael Bartels is on the line in Honolulu, I believe. Michael, good morning.
Good. Aloha kakahiaka mai Honolulu, Hawaii, Guamohanag.
Wow, I don't know where to go with that. It's Bulahau Gracia.
Yeah, there you go.
Good to have you on the line. Michael Bartels, where exactly are you again?
I'm in Honolulu, Hawaii.
What street are you on? That's what I want to know.
Oh, I live up on Kalihi Street, up in the Kalihi Valley on Kalaipa'a Road.
Now, I understand it's been pretty cold up there, up in the 60s. Are you okay? Because I understand everybody's saying pray for Hawaii because it's not like there's a storm, but it's 60 degrees and nobody has long pants.
Oh dear God, yes, we're in the 60s. I think it's probably the coldest I've ever felt it. And when you have people around Hawaii walking around in parkas and jackets, Madam Pele must be must have left the house or something.
I'm with you on that. So Mike, they tell me that you were like the second Wish Kid on Guam.
Yes. So I believe I was the second Wish kid on Guam, and I understand the story. I was also the first official Wish Kid for the chapter of Guam as it was being established by the late Frank Bloss and Miss Sylvia Flores.
Mm-hmm. And thanks so much for it's the second time I've heard that name this morning. Former Lieutenant Governor, the late great Frank Bloss, a terrific guy, and I don't know. I think if you cut him, he'd bleed Make-A-Wish blue. That guy was just completely into it and a serious advocate for the program.
Yes, he's a wonderful man, and I remember the story very vividly. If you want me to share the story here real quick, I met Miss Sylvia Flores, and she came into my hospital room at the Kapiolani Medical Center, and she started talking about the Make-A-Wish Foundation, and when you're under some chemo, I was going through some chemo drugs at the time, and a little groggy at the time, and I thought maybe she was trying to cheer me up, and so I listened to what she had to say, and then she said, "Yeah, Mike, you can make any wish you want." And I said, "Oh, okay, I'll play along." And I just happened to have a computer. Somebody lent me an Apple computer in the room, so I stared at the computer and I looked at her and I said, "I want an Apple." And she says, "Okay, I'll be right back." And then she came back to my surprise with I think he was Lieutenant Governor at the time, Frank Bloss. And of course, I was quite taken aback by that. And he looked at me and he says, "Mikey, what is it you want to wish for?" And I said, I would like to wish for an apple. And he says, "Wish granted." I will never forget that day.
Well, okay, let's go to the store and get one then.
Just like that.
Yes.
So I got to ask. I'm just kind of curious about this. When he said "wish granted," did it sink in through the chemo and the drugs that you were taking? Was like, oh crap, I could have wished for something bigger. It's a new car.
You should mention that. Yes.
I don't want to go to Disneyland.
I didn't know how big of a wish I could. Right. No, no, you're right. But I was just in so much. Well, I was. Going through, I had some drugs in me, and just a little shock that Frank Bloss was in my room asking me what I wanted to wish for, and
it's kind of a crazy dream, isn't it?
Yes. It was a very good dream. Then I believe it was 2 days later when I was feeling up to it. The doctor gave me a pass to leave the hospital, and a taxi in this big station wagon took myself, my mom, and my father down to Micro-Age Computers on Alamana Boulevard. And I think it was right before the store opened, and we walked in, and they pointed me to the Apple section, and I pointed out the computers I was interested in, and it happened.
That was it. There we go. The magic is there. Eric and I were talking in the last segment about how something like this, how, just somebody coming to you and saying, what is your wish, and then finding a way to grant it, that had a certain therapeutic value for you as well. I mean, having the computer and having that kind of generosity from somebody in the community, how did that help your therapy? How did that help you deal with the disease?
Tremendously. So, beyond the computer, just the fact that these people came out of their way to find a way to distract me from, in a very positive way, from the issues I was going through, the pain and the sickness of going through the chemo. And I'll tell you that it really brightened my day. It actually brightened my actually the whole couple of months I was going through that chemo session. And as I would continue with the chemo, I just remember thinking about just that whole experience. So it does have a tremendous impact on kids who are going through this. As I grew longer in my teeth here, I realized that has affected me down the road. And I watch future kids go through this, and it's a wonderful thing.
Are you involved with Make-A-Wish in Hawaii?
I am not, but from time to time they would call and ask me to participate in some things, but I need to be a little more active with the Make-A-Wish Foundation. I just been a little busy with my career and also taking care of my wonderful mom, who's just recently went through remission with her cancer.
I'm sorry to hear that it's so indelibly linked with you, the cancer. It's a terrible burden on the victims, obviously, and a terrible burden for their families. So it is nice that there are outfits like Make-A-Wish out there that can provide that temporary reprieve, if you will, from some of the daily rigors, the chemo, the radiation, just that whole anxiety involved with cancer and things like that. So I'm sorry that you're dealing with that now, but nice to know that when you needed it, Make-A-Wish was there.
Yes, and if there's any other way I can continue to support them, so that's why when Eric gave me a call and actually touched base with me with I can't remember what anniversary it was, and he wanted to do an interview with me, I said absolutely. And then when the opportunity came up to do this, I said absolutely, let's make this happen.
Well, what is your career? What path did you go on? I mean, obviously maybe they found the easy fix for you and your cancer, and you were able to go on and build a life. And that, I think, is one of the other goals of Make-A-Wish, is when we've got these opportunities to participate in a life-saving procedure, then let's take advantage of that and help out with the therapies. So what did you end up doing?
So Ray, thank you for asking. So I as soon as I went into remission, I continued to do. I majored in music, and I was involved in many of the playing in the churches back there in Guam, and then involved with the Guam Symphony. And then I came over to Hawaii, where my dad is from, and I decided to major in music. I did that. Decided to become a concert pianist and conductor and all of that. And then I made a career change. I actually joined the Air Force. I'm 15 years in the Air Force. And I started as an air traffic control officer, and then I transitioned to become an intel officer. So I have about close to 15 years in. And I decided to roll into the reserves. So half the time I'm Major Mike Bartels, and the other half I work for the PACAF headquarters for the intelligence.
He's giving us hope now that these musicians now can actually turn into some type of real career.
I feel like an underachiever now here. So yeah, what do? I talk on the radio. that's what I do. That's my whole lineup here. So are you anywhere near a keyboard now? Are you anywhere near a piano?
I can be.
Yeah, because we all want to hear you play.
He's on his mobile phone, so he can
just
do that.
put the phone on the keyboard, and Mike will back you up on this side. Eric will back you up on this side, Mike, and make bass noises with his mouth. But yeah, maybe a little original composition or something like that. I think that'd be a thrill.
Okay.
All right, twisting and on. So while he's going through all of that, reminder, it's Wishes in Flight is the name of this particular kind of program. It's a Make-A-Wish Monday, and if you go to Facebook Live, you can click on it. There's a little blue airplane there, and you click on that, and it will take you exactly to the place in the guam.wish.org site for you to start typing in your Delta information. We prefer your United information because that stuff we can do like right now because there's a United shop literally 2 miles away from where my mouth is right now. Mike, you all set up?
Yeah. Yes. Go ahead. Here we go. It's an old Hawaiian tune called Omakalapua.
Yeah, I don't know if the phone call is going to make it here. Send me the DVD. Send me on the digital side. I know. Sound check. We'll try it. We'll try it again. Michael Bartels, I appreciate you concluding the interview with a little bit of chink, and I'm going to put him on hold so that my mic on this side can thank him for his participation. So
I think the significance of talking to Mike really is just the what we want to just remove that stigma that our children are. Oh, Mike
is he back?
He's back.
Okay.
He's stopped playing.
Mike, are you back there?
Yes.
Okay. Well, listen, I appreciate it. Do me a favor. Send me the digital file of that, RayGibsonShow@gmail.com, and because I'd love to. I could hear a little bit of it, but the rest of it got kind of washed up in digital compression and things like that of a long distance call. But send me something that I can play on the air, and then I can say, and I'm going to be on the air for another couple hours, so I'd love to be able to get some of your tunes on.
Okay.
Okay. All right, cuz. I'll talk to you soon.
Take care, brother.
Kamain na kukua. Which is, I'm not sure, but I think that's what you say when you get in the taxi cab in the Charlie's, so that they charge you the local rate.
That's right.
Kamain na kukua. Okay, buddy, I'll talk to you pretty soon.
They don't take you down to Waianae and leave you there.
That's happened. That's actually happened before. You know more about. See, he's an Intel, right? So he knows about me, dude. I'll talk to you pretty soon. Great to have you on the line, Michael Bartels, the second or so of the Wish kids representing Guam, and like I said, it's just so nice to be able to hear the name reference to Frank Blas Sr. I mean, it's such a big part of the program. I can almost feel his presence here now with me. But you were talking about something important, and that is there's a lot of people that think, I can't nominate this kid because he's not dying yet.
Right. Or even the parents, for example, if we approach them or their physician, the physician says, maybe we could recommend your child to be a part of Make-A-Wish, and they're like, oh no, but my kid is not dying, or they're afraid. They're afraid that if they do travel down this path, that something might happen to their child. And so, what we really wanted to focus in with Mike is to show that these kids, they prosper.
Mm-hmm.
They become contributing adults into society, like Mike, for example, is a concert pianist, and then
Air Force.
joined the Air Force.
In the reserve.
I know,
grown up and had a whole life.
Yes, exactly.
And part of it was helping. The therapeutic process of I've got a computer here, so now while I'm in the middle of radiation, while I'm in the middle of chemo, at least I've got something to distract me, and that it's going to go a long way.
Back in the day when he was getting his wishes granted, computer was a big thing. I mean, all the kids want. I mean, that was one of the biggest things. That would get a phone, get a computer, something electronic. Now, most of them want to travel off island, and so that's one of the reasons why we're really focusing on today to try to get as many miles as possible, because majority of our wish kids want to go to Disneyland or want to go, they want to go to Paris,
Shanghai,
yeah,
city of the future.
We there's no shortage of what the kids want, because we've even had a kid. Do you remember this one, Eric, where he even wanted a liver? I mean, really, we had some kids that just like
he needed a kidney.
Yeah,
he wanted a kidney transplant.
Excuse me,
we can't do that. We can't get involved in any sort of medical procedures and grant those things.
Right.
But second wish was for an iPad. Can you get one of those?
Yes,
absolutely.
So we usually have to go through that process. We ask them what's the ultimate thing you absolutely want.
So here's where we're going to go. In next hour of the program, we're going to spend some time, as you know, I got Blake coming in, so we're going to pretend to talk about sports for a little bit, and then we'll get back with you guys, and then we'll talk about some of the guys that are helping you on the ground here. I want to make sure that year-round sponsors, year-round supporters of Make-A-Wish get some acknowledgement as we do this. For those of you that want to donate, guam.wish.org. Look where it says how to help or ways to help, and that will take you to a page. Or just go to my Facebook page, Facebook for The Point Guam, and find this broadcast there. And right there will be a link that'll take you directly to the page, and you can start putting in your numerical information now. The time, 7:59, the radio station KUSG Agana. Here's Fox News.
Standing firm. I'm Paul Stevens, Fox News. The White House standing firm behind an emergency declaration to build a border wall. More live from Fox's Gernal Scott.
Paul, on Fox News Sunday, Senior Policy Advisor Stephen Miller says the backlash the president has gotten shows obstruction in Congress.
This would not be even an issue if the president was invoking that statute to support some foreign adventure overseas.
But not all Republicans agree. Texas GOP Representative Will Hurd said on CBS Face the Nation, border protection is not a wall, but
looking at all 2,000 miles of our southern border at the same time. And the only way you can do that is with manpower and technology.
The White House says the president is ready to use his veto stamp if Congress turns back his declaration, Paul.
And Gernal, another twist in the case involving Empire actor Jussie Smollett. TMZ reporting a grand jury will hear evidence involving an alleged attack weeks ago in Chicago, during which Smollett says he was jumped by a pair of individuals who used racial epithets and left him with a rope noose around his neck. Police arresting two Nigerian brothers, then releasing them while saying they still may be connected with the case in some way. New Jersey Senator Cory Booker taking his early 2020 White House campaign on the road today.
You owe a debt. This very home you're living in, you owe a debt. Not to who was president or who was a senator. You owe a debt to ordinary Americans who made an extraordinary commitment on the cause of this country. And you can't pay it back. You got to pay it forward.
Senator Booker at a house party in New Hampshire. A dog that went missing in Massachusetts months ago now reunited with his family after being found in Maine 175 miles away. The Bangor Daily News saying a 5-year-old King Shepherd named Kaiser made his way from Ashby, Massachusetts to South Paris, Maine. Took the dog a span of 8 months to do that. His owner and his kids were reunited with the dog this morning. This is Fox News.
This is Ray Gibson from The Morning Show on 93.3 The Point. And we're celebrating our 1-year anniversary this February. The Point is your news talk headquarters with top news, sports, weather, and traffic. And, of course, always a little extra. We want to thank our listeners, fans, and followers for keeping us on our toes and joining us on this journey. The Ray Gibson Show Anniversary Celebration is brought to you by Take Care. Our island, your health plan.
Make the good things last longer. Get 3 more days for free on our 3-day prepaid rate plan. That's 6 days of unlimited local calls, SMS, and 1 gig of 4G LTE data per day for just $7.95. Text HS3 to 3282 from your Docomo Pacific prepaid phone to sign up today. Docomo Pacific, better together. Some conditions apply.
New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio pushing back in the wake of Amazon's move to abandon plans on a second headquarters proposed for a Queens neighborhood. This coming after progressive leaders and activists objected to the idea.
They said they wanted a partnership, but the minute there were criticisms, they walked away. What does that say to working people, that a company would leave them high and dry simply because some people raised criticism, but they had a clear majority on their side? That's what bothers me. They were more concerned about their corporate image.
Mayor de Blasio on NBC's Meet the Press. That headquarters could potentially have brought more than 25,000 jobs to the area in exchange for over $3 billion in government incentives. Dozens of folks detained by federal immigration officials are on a hunger strike at a Boston jail. Aid groups saying they've been in contact with about 70 detainees at the Suffolk County House of Correction who are participating in a hunger strike that began on Friday. Now, a jail spokesman, though, saying the detainees are refusing set meals but are still eating their canteen food and taking in fluids. A Florida firefighter gets his job back after a controversial cup of tea.
A firefighter in Orlando, Florida is getting his job back after he says coca tea from Peru caused his inaccurate drug test results and showed cocaine in his system. The Orlando Sentinel reports Kevin Reynolds, an avid climber, picked up the tea known as a remedy for altitude sickness after a hiking trip in Machu Picchu. The Orlando Fire Department fired Reynolds early last year after he tested positive for drugs during his annual physical. The case was settled last week, allowing Reynolds to get back to work and giving him back pay and benefits. Richard Jordan, Fox News.
U.S.-backed Syrian rebels saying over 1,000 civilians are trapped in a tiny area and that ISIS militants are preventing them from getting out. A spokesman for the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces telling the AP that ISIS has closed all the roads into and out of the area. I'm Paul Stevens. This is Fox News.
At Chili's, our burgers stack up with anyone's. Handcrafted to order, smashed to lock in flavor on a toasted brioche bun. Our burgers are all kinds of perfect. Choose from the Chili's Chili, the Mushroom Swiss, the Ultimate Bacon, or you know what? We dare you to take on the Boss Burger. Loaded with smoked brisket, rib meat, jalapeno cheddar sausage, and bacon. We may have really out-burgered ourselves. Our burgers are more than a handful, served with garlic dill pickles and fries. So hurry in today and enjoy our juicy, melty, yummy, handcrafted creations. Perfection between two buns. Chili's. More life happens here.
Attention homeowners. MRE solar energy systems now come with battery storage for zero money down. This means that your home will have power even when the island power isn't available, like during power outages or during and after storms. The inconvenience of not having power for your home is a thing of the past. It's solar with battery storage exclusively by Micronesia Renewable Energy. Don't be left in the dark. Call 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE. The smarter choice.
Experience the Take Care difference. Take Care members can count on accessing a high-quality, credentialed network of on-island providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and Urgent Care, access to an extensive off-island network of providers, and the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs. You can count on Take Care to deliver comprehensive, accredited insurance coverage and quality health care when and where you need it. Take Care. Our island, your health plan. Learn more at TakeCareAsia.com.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. News time here at The Point is 7 minutes past 8 a.m. this Monday morning. I'm Kevin Kerrigan. Here's a look at some of the top stories from the Guam Daily Post. Guam police asking for the public's help in finding the driver of a vehicle who struck and killed a 50-year-old pedestrian Saturday night in Mighty. The man was walking near the Coast 360 Credit Union in the eastbound lane on Route 8 about 11 o'clock at night when he was hit by an unknown vehicle that fled the scene. Guam Police Sergeant Paul Tapau says he was transported to Naval Hospital, Guam, where he was pronounced dead by attending physicians. This was the fourth traffic fatality of the year, two of which have been pedestrians struck by hit-and-run drivers. Sergeant Tapau calling on anyone who may have seen the crash to call police dispatch at 472-8911, or you can call the Guam Crime Stoppers 24-hour hotline at 477-HELP. The transition report prepared for the Leon Guerrero administration characterizes Guam Visitors Bureau efforts as disjointed, even though there are some good endeavors underway. The current marketing plan for GVB is described as dated and in need of updating to adapt to rapid industry changes, according to the report. The transition report was prepared by a 10-member team led by Chairman Dan Tidinko. The report recommends 6 quick fixes that the incoming administration can and must attend to. First on the list is repair and maintain public restrooms. The report recommends that the administration take immediate control of the $549,000 that has been appropriated to the Department of Parks and Rec which is responsible for keeping the public restrooms clean. The report describes the unkept conditions of the restrooms as shameful and a blight that reflects poorly on our island in the eyes of both local residents and visitors. We'll have more news after this.
Hi, welcome to this Subway ad for our all-new Ultimate Cheesy Garlic Bread. How would you like it?
I'll take a skeptical grandma.
Set in her ways?
A smidge.
Grandma, try this Ultimate Meatball Marinara made with Ultimate Cheesy Garlic Bread. Melted mozzarella, Parmesan, garlic butter spread. It's just like yours.
Like mine? My grandmother's recipe?
Try it.
You know, my grandmother's cheesy garlic bread was never all that.
Subway, make it what you want. Limited time only at participating restaurants.
At Guam Regional Medical City, it is our mission to become the island's premier choice for specialty care, like cardiology, pulmonology, neurosciences, orthopedics, oncology services, and more. We aim to protect our island from heart attacks, strokes, cancer, and diabetic complications. But should you suffer from such diseases, we're ready with world-class options, both inpatient and outpatient. For more information, visit us at grmc.gu.
10 minutes past 8 a.m. here at The Point. Lieutenant Colonel Esther Agagi, Guam National Guard Adjutant General, has authorized a nationwide search to fill several leadership positions in the Guam National Guard. Among the job openings is a Deputy G4 position, which is a logistics officer, a Deputy G3 position for an operations staff officer, along with a senior enlisted leadership position. All of the open positions were posted last week. When asked for comment on the job postings, Major Josephine Blas, the Guam Army National Guard spokesperson, said no current Guam Guard officers were let go or relieved in order to make those positions available, and it's not unusual, she said, nor is it against Army National Guard policy to advertise position vacancies nationwide. Blas said many of our positions have been advertised nationwide, she said, adding that it expands the pool of qualified candidates. The United States, Japan, and Australia kicking off the annual Cope North exercise at Andersen Air Force Base today. The long-standing exercise designed to enhance joint operations and cooperation among the three air forces. A statement from the U.S. Pacific Air Command states that the exercise will begin with a week-long humanitarian assistance and disaster relief training event. Then the joint forces will conduct a large force exercise aimed at increasing readiness among the allied nations. More than 2,000 U.S. airmen, Marines, and sailors will train alongside about 850 Japanese and Australian service members, and about 100 U.S., Japanese, and Australian aircraft from 21 flying units will take part in this year's exercise, which runs through March 8th. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. Ray and Mike now with a look at weather.
I got the forecast for today. Breezy, partly cloudy, isolated light showers. Expect northeast winds to about 25 miles an hour, decreasing after sunset. Highs around 88 degrees and overnight lows should be 77. Sunset tonight at 6:27. Sunrise tomorrow morning at 6:43. Northeast winds again 20 to 25 miles an hour. Today, it is Michael Knight's position, that we're probably going to see some additional winds coming in towards the end of the week based on some of the things that are beginning to become more prominent in our satellite imagery. We'll start with the radar first, though, and get a sense of what the weather's going to be like for the next hour.
The traffic of the clouds.
Yeah. Is there?
Yeah, far down to the southeast, we got a little bit of rain down there. Not much, though, and there's just really not much over us. All of that stuff you see around the radar site, that's just false returns. So no big deal out there. You can just look out there outside and just see those little puppy cumulus clouds flowing on by.
Tiny guys, yeah.
Yeah, they are. And checking the satellite, you see the same thing over us. Down to the southeast, we do have 92 WN and models are a little bit sketchy on how strong this system will get, but they are a bit consistent, showing that it'll pass somewhere to the south and maybe even curve around west of us and then come back up through the northern part of the Mariana Islands, doing what they call a recurve scenario and being taken off to the northeast by the baroclinic flow, as it were. That's that mess of stuff going from west to east really quickly. The jet stream's up there. And I'm just, there's so much going on with dry air. The sea surface temperatures really are not terribly warm right now where we are. Down where the system is right now, so close to the equator, yeah, it's fairly favorable, but that's 3,000 miles away, so you get it a little closer.
Yeah, Bob O'Malley was on Facebook in the last hour asking about this weather thing that the people are talking about, and the answer that we get from the National Weather Service is it's way early, and there's a lot happening. I mean, there's a lot of dynamics that would need to go in place that would cause it to move in this area, and become a threat to the Northern Marianas.
Yeah, the fact is it's going to be tracking into more unfavorable conditions as it goes through. So I just don't see a big deal, but we could see that that thing of the pressure gradient with the high pressure to the north, and then this low, as it were, passing to our south, could get us in the squeeze. We could see some pretty good winds next weekend.
Yeah. So be wary of that. We'll let you know when that's all going to onset for Guam and the Mariana Islands. 8:14 in the morning. That's news and weather together here on The Point.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,600 by calling Family Finance in Agutya at 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959.
Portions of the program here brought to you by my pals over at Wendy's. And if your world is full of same old, lame old hamburgers, hit reset, because Wendy's went and made a whole new world with their new Made to Crave menu. Check this out next time you're in the drive-thru. Peppercorn mushroom melt with savory mushrooms, barbecue cheeseburger with sweet and smoky barbecue sauce, and the sauce and bacon cheeseburger. It's got bacon on it for days. It's your world now, and Wendy's just rocked it. It's the new hamburger Made to Crave menu happening at Wendy's today.
Helen Keller once said, "Blindness separates us from things, but deafness separates us from people." At Ross Hearing Aids, it's their mission to keep you connected to the moments and the people that matter most in your life. Hearing aid technology has never been better, so schedule your complimentary hearing consultation today. Call Ross Hearing Aids, 637-HEAR, 637-4327. You should hear what you're missing.
I love you, Daddy.
How's your hearing?
Oh, 8:15 in the morning. The other portions of the Ray Gibson Show, the most entertaining portions, are brought to you by Security Title. Nice to see Ron and Kim yesterday over at the thing, and they want to make sure that if you're buying a piece of property, that the guy that sold it to you actually can sell it to you. Believe it or not, it's happened. American President lines of shipping the future. There's Guam Regional Medical City, the first choice for your specialty care needs, and Micronesia Renewable Energy first. And these guys want you to know there's never been a better time to go solar. Finally, I want to say thanks to Greg and Joe and everybody over at Take Care for being sponsors of the great Ray Gibson Anniversary Month celebration.
Any speaker, anytime. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's the way we want to do this program is you ought to be able to hear us or see us anytime you want to. We've got live streams all over the place. You can ask Alexa to play TuneIn on play KUSG on TuneIn, and Alexa will do that for you. In fact, I check the numbers every once in a while, and the metrics for our Alexa listeners are going up as well. You can watch us on Facebook Live, YouTube Live, or thepoint.gu, and for both YouTube and Facebook, at the conclusion of the program, this is the Any Speaker Anytime bit. This becomes a video on demand. So if you really like that part last hour where we were interviewing the second Guam Make-A-Wish kid and want to hear that again, and you can go to YouTube and catch that, or you can play it here on Facebook Live. In fact, it's possible that you are listening to this as a video on demand. Ooh, it's weird. I just time traveled myself. It's 8:17 in the morning. Hey, look who's here. Blakey, how you doing there, buddy?
Good. Well, no. That's a lie.
You're not good?
Well, no. I mean, I'm okay, but I'm hobbling around because, as morning show personalities, we get dressed and ready in the veil of darkness.
Yes,
before
yes.
And I've got young kids,
so
and
you don't want to wake them up.
And everybody sleeps, the baby's in the bed, Mrs. Sports, then toddler daughter is on the floor in the futon, so I got to be quiet in the room. But
if the kid's on the floor in a futon, you also got to be careful. You don't want to step on the kid.
I also got some kettlebells that sit in my little hallway right outside the door, and I kicked one this morning in the dark.
Ooh,
so I'm
that's
hobbling.
a pain.
Yeah, I'm hobbling around this morning. Right on. The right, no, I didn't wake anybody up. I just silenced myself. But the right big toe is it's paining me.
Wait
today.
till you step on a Lego block. You will wake people up.
Well, luckily my kids are at the age where they're still young enough to where the Lego blocks I have are the big ones.
Big ones, yeah.
So you can see them. Yeah, you can
okay,
see them.
so I got a thing. I did the half marathon over the weekend.
I saw your pictures.
Oh, sweet, right? So I'm just gliding down.
That's way more than a medal. That's like a chain. They gave you like a chain, gold chain.
I think it's the lady Jessica over at or is it Jennifer over at Local Promos. They do that, and so it's a piece of wood and kind of Guam icon shaped. And anyway, so it's they do that, and then they burn in the information on the front of it, and then they attach it not to a regular ribbon. They attach it to these little tiny shells, like a shell necklace or something. So yeah, it's substantial and
looks cool
and very unique. And I like the trend for me is bigger medals or bigger medallions that you can wear. So I was happy to see that it wasn't one of those $50 size deals. So thanks very much for the organizers of that as you put it together. But anyway, so I finished with it and so I got a little bit of a twinge on my hip and the heel of my left foot, and that's probably plantar fasciitis, and you get that from running and exercising and things. So I asked a friend what she recommended, and she recommended white flour.
Like all-purpose gold
that
brand,
was the
white
thought that was in my
medal?
head. It was that was the thought that was in my head.
Right.
And I said, "White flour? What kind of magic is this? I'll go to this. I can go to the bakery section and buy me a pound of that right now if it'll alleviate the pain. Or I'm supposed to make a paste out of it and stick it on my feet or something." White flour, though, is one of these Chinese herbal, like grandma
Fix-alls thing, wives' tales.
Like it'll cure AIDS, right? Take care of your aches and pains and cure AIDS at the same time.
Like a snake oil kind of thing.
Yeah, but it's like millions of Chinese people swear by this stuff, and I'm going, okay. So the question is, the question online here this morning, point listeners, help me out, help a brother out. Where can I find this? Where can I find some of this white flour?
I would think by now you would realize that white flour and tiger balm, you could cure anything.
Oh, I'm with you. But I've seen the white flour, and it's funny because you close your eyes, and I guarantee that my grandmother had one of these on her nightstand. I guarantee that she had that. There's a couple other Chinese ones that we use with a little dabber on the inside of it, and you put it on, and obviously there's an aroma to it, but it's and I don't know, maybe it's the aroma that gets you distracted from whatever pain that you're in. But so I'm willing to try a couple of these remedies. I'll still use the Salumpus and the Bengay and stuff like that.
I was given, when I first moved here, I was given like a little bottle. It was legit, had a label on it and all that, but it was some kind of Chinese like snake dust pill, and I guess it was my friend that gave it to me said that his grandma used it for her joints. So I tried it for, I don't know, a couple months, and I didn't, nothing bad happened to me, but then again, I couldn't tell anything, so I just stopped doing it.
All right, so it's the white flour balm that you can find. I'll see if I can get some images on this that I can show on white flour oil or something like that, and you will look at the picture and go, oh yeah, I know that, and probably be able to close your eyes and see it in your mother or your grandmother's bathroom. You just close your eyes and be able to imagine where this might be in the place. 888-8255 is the telephone number. 821. Time to Sports with Blinks. Dun, 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 dun.
Getting pretty pumped about baseball.
Yeah, I can hear it in your voice. The enthusiasm is just it's dripping.
Well, it's early.
Look, I'm still watching football. I told you that. There's football on right now.
Eeyore, man.
There was football on right now.
Is there?
And
Where?
I was watching a little bit of it on YouTube for free as the San Antonio Commanders and the Orlando Apollos are battling it out down in San Antonio. This is the AAF, if you don't know. It's the American. Wait. It's the AAF. The what is it? Something. American Alliance of Football.
Well, how many different football leagues are we going to have? Because there was something I read over the weekend about Colin Kaepernick going to the XFL.
So Colin Kaepernick and Tim Tebow and Johnny Manziel were all asked to come to the AAF, which is the one going on right now as we speak. On YouTube. Oh, yeah.
That's the bottle I'm talking about. White flour oil, and somebody says you should be able to buy it at the Tamuning thrift store if the Chinese store is still there.
Oh, okay.
So just FYI, it's a thing. That's the bottle. That's the thing that it looks like, and that's supposed to be the stuff that'll take your pain away.
Right. And it works, or it's just one of those old. I mean, it just depends on.
When a Filipina says this is what you want to try for your feet, then that's what you try on your feet.
Okay.
Yes. You don't back up off that.
They say like pito tea helps, like if you're like congested and all that, and it helps you pass all of that. So I don't know if that's another one. Anyway, going back to what you were saying, so there are. And I'm not joking. I'm just going to run this down for you very quickly.
Okay.
You have the NFL. That's the National Football League. You have the CFL, Canadian Football League. That's been around since 1958. Those are the two big bad boys. Then you have the Arena Football League, founded in 1987. The Alliance of American Football, which is what I was talking about. That's brand new. It's going on right now. It started the week after the Super Bowl. I've been watching it. This is the second week of this league. It's free on YouTube. If you're stuck at work, whatever, it's at home. There's like 8 teams. I'm really liking this league. Then you got the XFL, which is going to start in 2020 after a one-season failure in 2001. Then the American Flag Football League, the Pacific Pro Football League, the Freedom Football League, and the Indoor Football League, not to mention the Spring League. So those are all official leagues in the works or upcoming. And you just thought it was the NFL.
Okay, so you missed one that I think it needs to be highlighted at some point. There's like a girls' league or something like that.
Really?
Yeah, I forget what it is. Like and if you're looking on Facebook Live now, there's an image, and apparently they don't show pictures of these women from the face.
What?
Oh, because they all got helmets on. But
okay.
all the pictures that I'm seeing online are generally butt shots.
It's a. Oh, that's the Lingerie Bowl.
Is it?
Yeah. That's not a league. That's one game.
Oh, just only one game?
Yeah. Yeah, the Lingerie Bowl 2019. That's what that is. It's the Legends Football League is what it is. It's the women of the gridiron, and that's what it is. But they usually the only game you'll see is the Lingerie Bowl, which I think is how this league started. But the Legends, if you've never heard of it, Legends Football League, the LFL, they will start games in the spring of this year. And I don't know how. Let's see, 1, 2. There's 8 teams in that league. If you've never heard of the Legends
Scantily clad women knocking the crap out of each other.
It's women's 7-on-7 tackle American Football League. They're played, like I said, in the spring and summer. It was founded back in 2009. The teams this year, it looks like.
Is it hard to get a franchise for this? Can we just go through this? Me and you and Patrick or something would get some money together and buy the franchise.
You know what? We can maybe we can just talk to the league and get a expansion team. So that way they open up like a Japan team and a Guam team, and then we have the Pacific division.
Right?
That's how you got to do it. You got to, instead of buying a franchise, you got to start up a new one and then just get another town or city or place with you to be like, hey. Because you need, you can't just add one team. You got to add 2, one for each side.
There's a possibility that we might be able to get ourselves find me finally. I went all the way through 2018. Didn't go into the movie theater once. There was not one movie that I thought was going to be enough for me to punch through. Because I'm just I'm that guy. I get like aggro when I'm in the theaters. For people talking or they're on their phones or breathing too loud.
I saw one.
Which one?
One movie.
Aquaman.
No, that's actually one I didn't see. But I saw one movie all of 2018, close with Aquaman. I saw The Black Panther. That's the only one I saw.
All right.
And I saw one of those like 11:30 jammies where it was just me in the theater, like on a Tuesday or something.
There's a movie out called Yesterday. And I want to watch it. Imagine a world where nobody knew anything about the Beatles except one aspiring but failing musician. That is the plot of a movie called Yesterday, an upcoming film about Jack Malik, who after getting hit by a car wakes up in a world where everybody has forgotten who the Beatles are. And so this guy goes up and he starts singing Beatles tunes, right? And people go, oh my God, that's the best song I've ever heard in my life. That's the best I've never ever. And so he embarks on a career basically where he's ripped off the Beatles.
Wow.
And because nobody knows, there's nobody to say. And they said, well, write me he's on a television talk show, and he says, I want you to write me a song. Write me something right now. And he starts playing Something in the Way She Moves.
Wow.
And so you can imagine there's an interesting rom-com aspect to this show.
That's like that movie with Ricky Gervais a couple years ago where nobody, he lived in a world where nobody knew how to lie but him. or nobody did lie but him. So he was the only one lying. So he was going around, everybody's telling him the truth, but he was kind of, having fun with
fibbing through
people.
everything. Yeah. and knowing that everybody was telling the truth, so it's not as you can't. There's no subterfuge to push through. So that looks like it's a movie I'm going to watch. And if you're looking for something new to binge, they say this is the next big deal on Facebook, The Umbrella Academy.
I had to stop down.
No.
Yesterday, looking for something on Netflix.
Yeah.
And, they have the billboard, right? The big featured whatever. So that's what it is. It's Umbrella Academy. And I'm looking, I'm like, is that Ellen Page? And, and of course, Mrs. Sport's like, what is this show? And I was like, I don't know. I'm just looking at the picture. And it looked like Tom Hardy was, I don't think Tom Hardy is in the show, but a guy that looks like him. So we watched the trailer. Apparently, just to give everybody a premise. Now, I didn't start watching it, but it does look good. It's one season. Each episode, I think, is like an hour long.
Okay.
And basically, these 6 women on the same day all gave birth on the same day on different areas of the world. But the kicker is none of these 6 women were pregnant on the day. They didn't wake up pregnant the day they gave birth. So throughout the door, they get a baby starts
like
growing.
a virgin
birth.
day to term.
Right. Yeah, one day to term. And then this guy shows up and he's like, how much do you want for the kid? So this guy buys all 6 kids and then raises them together.
And they're all superheroes except one.
That's why he wanted them, because he knew that they all had superpowers, hence why they were only the one-day term.
And yes, it is Ellen Page in that.
Okay, and so they're all siblings raised together, the Umbrella Academy. And basically, I think it starts the trailer, and I'm not giving anything away, I just watched the trailer, and I guess this guy ends up passing away to start the show, and they all kind of have to band together, get along, and kind of avenge him, and become what he always wanted them to be, which I guess is superheroes in this alternate universe. Oh, and one of them can time travel. And so the whole premise is they all have to save the world because this one time traveled 8 days into the future and there was nothing. So he comes back and he tells all his siblings, hey, we got to do something because I just went 8 days in the future and everything's on fire and there's nothing existing. So they got to figure out what's going to happen and save the world. That's the whole premise.
Yeah, and it might be playing by the time we get home. And then there's a new show supposed to be coming to NBC, and I can't remember the name of it. I'm Googling it right now.
That's that new, I know what you're going.
You know the one I'm talking about, right? Like Manifest is the name. Manifest is the name of the show, and basically it is the story about these people, and they're getting on an airplane, and they land, and there's this huge, big deal when they land, and they say, what's going on? Why is there such a big deal about us being here? And the guy says, well, your airplane left Guam International Airport in 2013. And it's just landed, and it's like, so what? Well, it's 2018 in the show. So basically, everybody thought these guys had been dead for the last 5 years or something like that. And so the plane finally landing with all of these people on board is nothing short of a miracle.
I'm a big fan of Lost. I think I've watched it 3 times all the way through, and I watched 2 episodes of that Manifest show, which is very Lost-like. And not only does that happen, when they all get back, all these passengers, like, they all start showing up randomly for like the same reason at these random places. So in the first episode, like halfway through the episode, after they've gotten off the plane, like 3 of them show up to this junkyard in like the middle of the night because they had a voice in their head saying, help me, help me. And so they all show up. So not only do they come back after a few years of being gone on a regular routine flight, they all come back with some kind of ESP or intuition or I don't know. It's interesting if you like that kind of thing, which
I do, and unfortunately they've had shows like this on television before, and they're very, very promising in the beginning, and then they go south. I'm trying to remember the name of the one that they had a couple of years ago, where everybody had this episode where everybody's brain basically went blank for like 30 seconds. People died on the operating table, planes crashed, and everybody was trying to rebuild what was going on in that memory.
It was like some kind of I remember what you're talking about.
They stopped the series short, and so I had to read the book to find out what they were doing. But the series was only based flimsily on the book, so I couldn't draw the connection.
ABC did that too, where people had died, and then they all of a sudden just showed up randomly, like at their door after being gone for 5 years. And kind of like with Manifest, but it was just regular people, and instead of taking a plane ride, they actually died, and then they came back 5 years later just as nothing happened.
Too weird, these shows they're coming up with. And just FYI, again, if you're looking for something to watch, kill a couple hours, great entertainment. If you like violence and boobies, this is the show for it. It's called Polar. Vanessa Hudgens is in it.
I've been seeing that on my Netflix.
Yeah, it's worth it. 8:32 in the morning. That's all the time that we've got to pretend to talk about sports. Make-A-Wish Monday continues on the other side of headlines. Kevin Kerrigan's coming up next.
Here at APL, our core values give the company its heart and soul. Whether it's connecting your business with our global network through our newly enhanced service or investing our efforts into giving back to the community, APL is committed to serving you. We humbly honor the opportunity to find innovative solutions for you and your business. To learn more about our enhanced service, call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com/Guam for more details.
I love you. I want everybody to come home with me, and we'll just hang out, and we'll just all be together. Be the continuation of the Ray Gibson Show, just in real life with beer. Gus Jasanga saying, I remember what white flower, tall, slim bottle. I believe you can buy it at the Tamuning thrift store. Okay, I'll be on the lookout for it. Ismail saying, XFL. Wasn't that the WWE Football League made its movie debut in the Arnold movie called The Sixth Day? And also saying Victoria's Secret Football League is in there and says that we need to make a telephone call and we'll crowdfund for our own version of a team. Speaking of crowdfunding, we're crowd mileage driving. I'll talk about that with some of the movers and shakers of the Make-A-Wish Foundation here in just a couple of minutes. But right now it's time for headlines from the Guam Daily Post and Kevin Kerrigan.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. In the headlines from the Guam Daily Post this morning, the attorney for former Lieutenant Governor Ray Tenorio is demanding the Guam Police Department comply with the Freedom of Information Act request as he prepares for the upcoming trial scheduled to start on March 13th. Attorney Tom Fisher had sought copies of the department's operating procedures related to the possession, use, and holstering of firearms by GPD officers. Tenorio faces misdemeanor charges of reckless conduct and obstructing government functions in connection with a gun-grabbing incident at a block party in Tumon last July. Acting Chief of Police Steve Ignacio denied the request from Fisher on the grounds that the police department's investigation techniques, if exposed, would threaten the safety of law enforcement and the integrity of investigations. In his response, however, Fisher called the refusal to disclose the information wrongful and capricious, saying he didn't ask for any information related to any investigation or police techniques. As such, he told the chief, your refusal may constitute a criminal misdemeanor and be subject to a fine of $1,000. Fisher warned that if the department does not comply, he'll file a written superior court commanding compliance. Less than a week after it opened, the SLE Lucky Charm Game Room has agreed to shut down. The game room opened up at the Ipao Breeze Inn on Ipao Road in Tamuning on February 8th. Local residents immediately expressed concerns, telling the Guam Daily Post they were shocked that the game room was allowed to open, saying it would bring crime and drugs into their neighborhood. However, the Post confirmed that the owner of the establishment has now decided to close it down as of last Friday. Attorney General Levin Camacho recently announcing that the AG's office hasn't changed its long-held stance that gaming machines are illegal on Guam. He expects the Guam Supreme Court to issue a ruling to that effect soon. Lacia Casil is the new director of the Agana Restoration and Redevelopment Authority. She's on a mission to find funding to carry out a long-standing plan to rebuild Agana. Currently, there is $5 million in existing funds. At least $15 million more is needed. Casil told the Post that she hopes to find some federal grants, but there may be a local funding source available as well. The transition report on the Redevelopment Authority, released last week by the administration, recommends redirecting property taxes from Agana as mandated by law. For these stories and more, log on to postguam.com or pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post.
I think so, right? It's 8:37 in the morning. That's the amazing Kevin Kerrigan, the managing editor for the Guam Daily Post, handling headline duties here at the radio station. And if there's something that you missed, you should be able to see it on the big red signs over by the airport mobile station. They've got them their unique partnership that is working through there as well. More on the Make-A-Wish Monday coming up in a second, but iConnect time is 8:37. Swing by iConnect and learn what they want to tell you about great mobile internet and push-to-talk plans for 2019.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years, we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches. Place roots.
Traffic gizmo time. Good morning, sweetie. Nice to have you in the studio. You make the place smell better just by walking in. Who am I talking to? You'll find out here in a second. But first, traffic gizmo. It was ringing a second ago, and so I'm looking at it now going, well, what's the big deal? I don't see anything happening now. Some of the usual intersections are busy because, second-string traffic on a Monday morning is actually at work. Don't see anything at 8, 10, and 16, 4 and 10 in the clear. A little bit heavy for people that are passing 4 and 10. They're all waiting for that light to turn so that they can get into Zotnia. 10 and 15, a little bit busy, but nothing crazy. On the other side of that roadway, where you get to Derry on the Route 4 side, a little bit busy there, but nothing slow. All the way into Ganya should be clear going. Nothing in front of Navy Hospital, and whatever they had up in front of Big Navy in Sumai has now cleared up. That's right now traffic here in The Point.
Attention homeowners, if you don't have a solar energy system on your roof from Micronesia Renewable Energy, now is the time to get one. MRE solar energy systems now come with battery storage for zero money down. This means that your home will have power even when the island power isn't available, like during power outages or during and after storms. The inconvenience of not having power for your home is a thing of the past. Don't be left in the dark. Call 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, the smarter choice.
Let's play. All of the heavy stuff has been taken care of. We got the headlines, and we know what the big stories are. And now we get an opportunity to push all the way through the remainder of the program, talking about a program that I like to feel like I'm a part of. And so when the question comes up that hey, can we get on the radio and talk about Make-A-Wish? The answer is always yes. Would you mind carrying a microphone for us at our function or our gala? The answer is always going to be yes, because it's one of those where you get there's so much imagination that you can kind of get into when we start talking about Make-A-Wish, and because you never know where the next wish is going to take somebody from Guam and their family. So there's this awesome what if proposal every time a kid starts coming into the process. Eric Tedenko is in the studio with me this morning. If you just tuned in and going, isn't that the guy that plays bass in Monster Squad? Yes, it is. He's the guy. And so how many bands are you actually in, or is it just that one for now?
Just the one, and then every now and then the old school Rumblefish guys will give me a call and say, hey,
right,
and we'll do a Back from the Dead kind of.
I missed that. I missed the last one over it was over at Venue a few weeks back, and I missed
I
that.
wasn't at that one, but at the TGI Fridays.
TGI Fridays, yeah.
It was like going back in time, back to 2000. It really was like a time machine with that. I was just so surprised.
Now, when you do something like that, I mean, because you play different sets when you're like at Crust on a Friday night. So when they say, okay, let's do a Rumblefish gig, do you have to rehearse? Do you have to like remember the songs? And
well, a lot of it is somehow stored in my memory, and it just comes back pretty easily. But we do rehearse.
Yeah.
We don't want to shortchange.
Oh
people.
no, but still, it's just but it's you rehearse now just to make sure that everybody's on the same page. You might remember where your breaks are for your instrument, but just make sure that the other guy remembers where the guitars are supposed to go and the drums are supposed to be loud and most of it, but quiet for this part.
That's right. That's right.
So just to make sure that everybody's on the same page. Now, other fans and of Rumblefish, etc. I've got Kamiya Durking in the studio, and I know Kamiya from different versions of her hair. That's, hey, they're standing in the back. You remember the first time you saw her after she cut her hair?
Yeah, it was a shock because I remember
she cut her hair and she dyed it jet black.
No, he's talking about my Cleopatra,
yes.
my one style.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God! And I looked, I couldn't take my eyes off her until I realized, oh, that's Kamiya, and it took me a second to figure it out. But wasn't that great? Wasn't that great for that short time after you'd gone from the one hair to the shorter hair in a different color and everything? Was it fun being somebody else for a little bit?
It was. That's what's nice about hair. It grows.
Mm-hmm.
For most people, it grows back.
She's going, this is not what I thought we were going to talk about
I don't
today.
think my husband liked that one, by the way.
What's that that hairstyle?
No.
Really?
That was probably his. He said that wasn't my favorite one.
Do you consult him on that kind of thing?
Not usually.
I just say I
really
didn't think
don't
so. I didn't think so at all. But it's awesome having you guys in the studio. It's nice, you know, we're social friends, and every once in a while for the important things we all try to get together. And I can't think of anything more important now than finding kids and their families. I got to make, you know, in my head, it's got to be clear. It's kids and their families that are nominated to become these wish kids, and then finding ways that the wishes can be granted. And we've gone over this a couple of times, so we'll make sure that this myth is dispelled, you know, in the first couple of minutes of us talking about it. It's not just for kids that are terminally ill. There's this misconception that somebody's got to be near to dying before that they can be nominated for this.
That's correct. That's
not
correct.
The case.
So, medical conditions for being eligible for a referral and a wish granting is defined as a critical illness, and the physicians that deal with that mostly, they're the ones who make the final determination on the eligibility of the child. But we encourage anybody, if you feel that, you know, the illness that your child is experiencing could qualify, it doesn't hurt to ask, and it probably could help a lot if they do qualify. So.
My rule is never disqualify yourself. Wait until somebody give up your information, go to the interviews, fill out the forms, and then let somebody else take an objective review of it and then determine whether or not you are eligible for Wish Kids. In a lot of cases, the doctors will make that first note to the parents, right? Like, hey, have you thought about Make-A-Wish?
Right. We've done some outreach to the pediatricians group here, and now we have a pediatrician on our medical advisory board, Dr. Michael and he's got his One Love Pediatrics shop over there at the East-West Center, and so those guys are front-of-line advocates for us.
Yeah.
We need them to be on our side so that when they spot a child that could qualify, that could be integrated into that child's wellness plan. You know, we firmly believe that a wish experience is something that could add to the healing process. And so for us, reaching these pediatricians and making sure they understand that they are the ones that are very critical to our outreach and to reaching children that could qualify, that's very important to us.
I like the way you put that. It's integrating it into the child's wellness plan. So we can go from the hospital to the airport and have all of the trappings of the care for many of these patients. Actually, follow them on these wish trips.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's you know, we like to say that it's not, you know, we're not part of the medical part of that treatment. You know, we're that experiential thing that's going to give them hope, you know. That's for the child, that's something that's probably missing in their life. And so we can give them that. We let the medical professionals do what they do best, and hopefully things meld together for the success for the child.
I like the idea, the integration, and the idea that this is part of a wellness treatment plan. That as we heard last hour with Michael Bertzlet in Hawaii, it's something that there is therapeutic value. And I remember when you know, I used to work with Spencer Kerner at Cedars-Sinai, and we were talking about different kinds of medicine that they were looking at. And you'd think that Cedars-Sinai is all about surgery and different kinds of treatments. And he says, you know, we're looking into a little bit more of these holistic treatment plans, because we recognize, you know, there are things that we can do for the body, but just as important as things that we can do with the spirit. And that's why it's Make-A-Wish.
Absolutely.
So, Kamiya, how do you come to the Make-A-Wish Foundation?
So I'm now on the board. So I'm one of the most recent board members that just joined probably the latter half of last year.
Because you don't have enough to do.
No, well, you know, when it comes to the Make-A-Wish, I think it's one of the best organizations here on Guam, where 100% of everything that we do here stays on Guam. That's what really makes this a dynamic nonprofit. And so also being able to kind of be bigger than you are in your everyday life, and just to see the smiles of these kids when you're able to participate and take part in their wish granting. And so that's the real power behind everything. And then just seeing the whole community coming together, from the business community to the personal, and even our volunteers that take time out of their schedules just to participate and to help out. I mean, that's really the magic behind things. And when you see that it's the child, and then it's also the family that gets to partake and to see their child smiling. You know, that's really the other healing part, because you have to remember these parents are watching their kids go through this every day. And so they also get this wish by being able to see their child smile. And
there was a video that we played a couple of years ago. Do you remember that? The video that was at one of the Make-A-Wish deals at the Hyatt. And I remember there wasn't a dry eye in the room when it was done.
Oh,
you
man,
remember exactly what I'm talking about?
I do. And you know, it's kind of part of the course. You know, there's an emotional connection always with kids, you know, and you don't even have to be a parent. You know, you just know that, you know, adults get sick all the time. We know as adults we get sick and we feel terrible and stuff. But then, you know, who wants to see a kid that way? You know, but you know, you want them to have a you know, problem-free life. And so when we share stories like that, you know, we're not trying to make people cry. But then again, it happens, and so
yeah. I mean, you're not a human being unless those things can reach out and touch you, and you know, and be able to get you right in the feels. So that was a fun event. In fact, I'm remembering it was I think it was last year that you guys were still having fun, and but unfortunately they kicked you out of the Hyatt. Remember we got
that was like I think 2 or 3 years.
Was it 2 or 3 years? It
that wasn't me.
It was whatever it was. The party came to venue, and so there was.
Was that Kamiya?
There was all these just knockdown, gorgeous people, men and women, all of a sudden walking like an army of people that they're dressed up in their best gowns and then tennis shoes. Oh, wow. Roll into venue in the middle of the night. It was a fun night.
Yeah,
my recollection. Now everybody's got a wish story, one way or the other, a wish kid story or a wish story, and so I'm gonna let Kamiya go first with hers. Do you have a wish story, a wish event in your life?
Well, just recently, I think. So I'm going to put on my other hat. I also work for GTA.
Yes.
Right. And so just recently, GTA.
Let me take a picture of you with my Pixel.
So GTA was able to participate in the wish granting, helping make a wish, grant the wish of Caleb. So Caleb Cruz, he was a wish kid who he wanted to go off to, was it Disneyland. Right? So Disneyland. And so what we did is at GTA, we really want to inspire the island community in everything that we do. And that's part of our vision. And so when Make-A-Wish, when we went to Make-A-Wish and we said, hey, we really want to help out, what can we do to grant the wish of how can we help Make-A-Wish with this? And so they said, well, we actually have a child and we're looking for some mileage, right, to help out. So we said, hey, maybe that's something that we could do. But what was really special about it was that our employees, when we told the story, we did a presentation and we took it to every department, and we told his story about where he wanted to go, who he was, and after that, we saw probably about 100 of our employees that came out, and we did a little parade kind of to welcome him in, and it was a really big surprise. I mean, to the point where we were overwhelmed, not thinking that that was going to happen. And the employees also, they organized their own bake sale, raising about $2,000, I think, for that bake sale.
That's like all in.
It was a really nice send off that the employees, spearheaded by Kamiya, and how they really engaged the whole company to have this experience to send Caleb off to his wish. It was fantastic. You know, Caleb's mom came up there and. She couldn't talk.
Yeah.
She was just overwhelmed, and so
it just shows. I mean, for that one moment, that's all we wanted to do was to really just see his face light up, and it really spoke to a lot of the employees because that's truly what we do. We want to make a difference in our island community, and what better way than to kind of look towards inspiring our youth and to get them to smile and to just know that we're able to be caretakers of connection, and bring that kind of mantra all the way through.
I'm on your Facebook page looking for the post because I swear I've seen that before, and people dressed up in their outfits and Disney outfits.
And like on our YouTube.
Yeah, but the problem is I can't get it because there's all of these other posts there for all of the other great things that you've done. Typhoon relief, the hurricane or Typhoon U2 up in Saipan. You're working out with senior citizens homes. So you guys got something going on, a community, because it's the regular marketing of phones and internet services and things like that you guys do over at GTA, but then there's this whole other community angle that seems like everybody is behind. I mean, you guys are all, when you decide which rope to pull on, it's all hands.
Well, you know, we're ingrained in the community, right? And so we wouldn't be able to sell products and services to people if we didn't take care of people at the same time. So really that goes all the way down to our heart of who we are. And it's something that, you know, products and services will be there, but you have to take care of the people, and we remember that. And we know that our services are part of life.
Definitely, and I'm going to tell you right now, when I got the Pixel phone, it came with an account with GTA, and I am in love with the service. That's great. And I've already got I've had the internet at the house, and I'm in love with the service, and I've never had a problem. In fact, there was one problem, and it was for whatever reason, change of address or whatever, I wasn't getting the bill. And so I had no idea where I was, and I called up, you know, and I said, yeah, can you check on my account? And the lady says, yeah, you're 60 days behind. And I thought, my God, why didn't you cut me off? And she said, no, it's all right. You want to make a payment now? I said, yeah. And 5 minutes later, I was all caught up with everybody, and I thought, this is sweet, because normally everywhere else, if you're an hour late, goodbye, service. It cuts you off, because we can do that as computers. Anyway, 8:53, and I'm glad that we have an opportunity to talk about GTA in particular, but generally, I want to say that Make-A-Wish doesn't have a hard time getting some kind of corporate backing. There seems to be a whole lot of people, when it comes to Make-A-Wish, are very generous. So I wanted to make sure that we have a chance to acknowledge their participation, whether it's cash or in kind, or just, you know, like I said, somebody that you call, and no matter what your question is, the answer is yes.
Right, every little bit helps, you know, whether it's cash or it's in kind services. It goes a long way to helping us grant wishes, and since we're doing the airline's mileage drive, I know that Kamiya has a very special announcement that she wants to make regarding our mileage drive. I'm going to turn it over to Kamiya.
Go ahead.
Well, so GTA, again, you know, just tying back to our vision, we're really excited, and we're here to inspire the island community and everything we do. And we thought, you know, this is a mileage drive, and we know that one of the biggest needs for Make-A-Wish is going to be sending most of our kids off to the States, and that's probably Disneyland is one of the biggest ones.
I feel something big is happening here. I feel something big, a major announcement's about to be made.
So we're honored and we're happy, and we wanted to make the announcement that we are going to be pledging 560,000 miles.
Whoa! 560,000 miles?
Yes, 560,000 miles.
That's so like everybody in the shop. Everybody in the shop came in and donated.
You know, again, right? We know that that's what the biggest need is to go off island, and so we really want to make sure that we can help support this. So we really want to encourage, if there's any other corporations out there,
like Docomo, maybe
they want to match that, or
that want to match that or beat that. We'd love for anyone to beat that.
Right in the back door there. So, you know, and there's a point to be made here is the telecom, we're all the same telecom community around here. so it's, you know, it's all the same radios, it's all the same phones. Sometimes it comes down to the difference is going to be the people. And I think GTA just showed a major difference in the way they view their responsibilities back to the community. 560,000 mile donation. We're shooting for the 2 million-ish range here today. So that easily gets us a quarter
of the way there.
Nice. Have you looked at the other numbers yet, or is that something we got to wait for?
That I do have to wait for that, so I won't have the final tally on that till. It's going to take a couple days. I have to communicate with national office on that. But yeah, you know, coming up next, we've got Nate Timinglow, who's going to be.
Oh yeah, he's the guy from Docomo. Well, we could have put him in the same room together. I mean, that's legal, right? There's no major issues with. Wow.
Keep the sharp instruments away from everybody.
and Jen, we're all here for good.
Jen Camacho is going to be, and she's the new what do they call it? If it's the first lady of the Attorney General, I don't know. There's got to be a title for something like that.
We'll let her tell us what that is.
Sort that. We'll sort it all out as it happens. Hey, it's always great to see you, and so I'm going to make the point again is that I've got this Pixel phone, Pixel 4, I believe, from the guys over at GTA, and I absolutely love this phone, and I love the pictures that it takes. And I thought originally that many of the women whose pictures I take with this phone were going to give me a hard time because it's super accurate, and but they're most of them just look at it and say, you know, there's something about that camera lens. I don't care how accurate it is. It takes really good pictures. So if you're looking, ladies, if you're looking for a new phone so that you can win the selfie race, this is the phone that you want to get. Guys, if you want to, win the selfie race with your significant girl other, then this is the phone that you want to take pictures with. I have yet to get a complaint from somebody after I've taken the picture. I've yet to get one of those, oh, no, don't put that one on. Don't show that one on Facebook. They're like, oh, let's take some more. And so it's a fun phone to hang out with. 8:57 in the morning. So as I said, the conversation is going to continue. We'll go through the bullet points again on how to get your donations in. Say if you've got another 560,000 miles that you'd like to donate. Hey, there's people. There are million-mile people.
That's true.
They're out there. There's million-mile people that are listening. Dave Alcorn was chiming in when we were talking about movies to go watch this weekend, and so Dave's got a ton of mileage over it.
He's probably a 5 million miler.
Could be, with all of the travel that between him and Lucy and the kids do.
Yeah, I do want to acknowledge that based on your promo, Jay Rojas, he called in and he pledged 66,000 miles of his Delta account. Yeah, so thank you, Jay. And then I know we had acknowledged.
Dude, that's a trip around Asia. No, I mean, you think about the amount of mileage. Because it was, I want to say when I went to Hong Kong last year, not Hong Kong, when I went to Okinawa last year, it was 65,000 miles. So, I mean, if you got somebody that's donating that kind of mileage, that's a trip to Osaka. That's a trip to Tokyo Disneyland. That's a significant amount. So thanks very much. Jay Rojas. Boy, him and mileage, that's an interesting topic.
Well, I wasn't, you broached the subject. And
what do you mean that broached it?
No, I was acknowledging his donation, and it came from a good place in his heart.
Oh, I'm sure of it.
And we really appreciate that. Thank you, Jay, if you're listening. So.
Yeah. So there's other Rojas's that have mileage as well. We might want to see if we could get them near a radio. So here's what you do. If you're watching this on Facebook Live, there is a link that I've pinned up to the front, so you can't miss it. It's going to be there. It will take you to exactly the page on guam.wish.org where you can start putting your information in there. In fact, I've got it showing right now on your Facebook Live, and you can see where you could put your donations, make your mileage donations with Delta and United. For those of you that do a lot of traveling stateside in the mainland, if you've got mileage with American Airlines or Southwest or JetBlue, click on the links and that will take you to the specific part of the site. Like I said, you plug in your numbers, a little bit of login information, and some bio data on you, and that's all they're going to need to take the mileage. And if you do it today, there is no transfer
fees. Right.
So everybody's going to save money, and we can get more mileage going for these Wish kids and the Wish families. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. The radio station is KUSG. Great to have these guys in studio. You want to yak more about it? Stick around, Brown. It's all ahead. Fox News Live in seconds.
Demanding answers. I'm Paul Stevens, Fox News. An investigation promised after some controversial comments regarding President Trump.
GOP Senator Lindsey Graham says an interview with ex-FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe on CBS 60 Minutes presented a disturbing threat to American leadership, and he wants to call a committee hearing to discover why.
The acting head of the FBI would go on national television and say, oh, by the way, I remember a conversation with the Deputy Attorney General about trying to find if we could replace the president under the 25th Amendment.
Senator Graham's comments on CBS Face the Nation. He says he plans to subpoena the current Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein and McCabe to appear if they won't willingly come forward. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Chicago police saying they still want to do a follow-up interview with Jussie Smollett about a reported attack that the Empire Star says included his attackers yelling racial and homophobic slurs. Police spokesman Anthony Guglielmi saying today the cops have told Smollett's attorneys about that request, but he refused to comment also on reports that Smollett staged the assault or that a grand jury may hear evidence in the case. The Islamic Caliphate said to be just days away from being completely destroyed, according to Syrian Democratic Forces.
Syria now faces a new challenge, deciding what to do with the hundreds of foreign ISIS prisoners currently being held by U.S.-backed Kurdish forces. Now the Kurds and the SDF have cornered ISIS fighters near the city of Baghouz to a single neighborhood. While intense fighting continues, the final ISIS pocket in Iraq and Syria is expected to be destroyed by the end of the week. An SDF spokesperson said today that the last ISIS fighters are holding an estimated 1,000 civilians, making it hard for their forces to live liberate the last stretch of land.
Fox's Trey Yingst in Jerusalem. The sci-fi fantasy Alita Battle Angel tops the weekend movie box office. This is Fox News.
It's important to have claims process that works for you. At Guahan Insurance Services, we make things simple and convenient. Same door you walk in to purchase your insurance is the same door you open to file your claim. We can't pretend that the car insurance claims process is fun, but we can promise a hassle-free and speedy recovery without any runarounds. For your home, auto, and business insurance, visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center on Marine Corps Drive in Tamuning. Don't forget to like us on Facebook or give us a call at 475-1162 or text 929-SAVE. That's 929-7283.
Hi, welcome to this Subway ad for our all-new Ultimate Cheesy Garlic Bread. How would you like it?
I'll take a skeptical grandma.
Set in her ways?
A smidge.
Grandma, try this ultimate meatball marinara made with ultimate cheesy garlic bread. Melted mozzarella, Parmesan, garlic butter spread. It's just like yours.
Like mine? My grandmother's recipe?
Try it.
You know, my grandmother's cheesy garlic bread was never all that.
Subway, make it what you want. Limited time only at participating restaurants.
One presidential candidate having a tough time shaking claims regarding her heritage.
Presidential candidate Elizabeth Warren is having a tough time shaking her claims of a Native American heritage. At a campaign stop in Georgia in front of a crowd of about 1,000 people, one man shouted, "Why did you lie?" The Massachusetts senator replied, "Be easy, be easy." That man was escorted out of the area. Warren took a DNA test that revealed that she's between 1/64th to 1,204th Native American. The test angered some members of the Cherokee Nation, and Warren quickly apologized. President Trump has frequently poked fun at Warren's claims by calling her Pocahontas. Brian Bentley, Fox News.
Officials in the English city where a former Russian double agent was poisoned with a nerve agent have denounced the placing of a huge Russian flag on that city's famous cathedral. Workmen seen early today removing the flag from scaffolding on the side of the Salisbury Cathedral. A former president might get a big salute from the U.S. Treasury Department.
A bill introduced in the Senate would authorize the U.S. Treasury to mint $1 coins featuring former President George H.W. Bush and former First Lady Barbara Bush. The co-sponsors of the bill includes senators representing Texas and Maine, where the Bush family spends most of their family time, along with Senator Rob Portman of Ohio. Republican Senator Susan Collins of Maine saying the coin will pay tribute to their legacy of courage, duty, honor, and compassion. If the bill moves forward and passes, the $1 Bush coins would be minted for 1 year, starting as soon as possible. Jim McKay, Fox News.
A vessel bearing the name of Oklahoma's second largest city, now commissioned as the newest warship in the Navy's fleet. The USS Tulsa, commissioned this weekend at a pier in San Francisco. The Tulsa, an Independence-class combat ship designed to patrol coastlines. It's the 8th ship of its kind in the U.S. Navy fleet. I'm Paul Stevens. This is Fox News.
On March 9th, join Bank of Guam for the EFIT Run and Block Party to benefit Guam Cancer Care and American Cancer Society. Our Sunset 2K and 5K run will start at Chamorro Village with showtime at 4 and go time at 5. And don't forget about our block party starting at 4 o'clock, complete with food trucks, a kids zone, live entertainment, and a beer garden, so don't forget your ID. This is a bring your own water bottle event. The EFIT Run and Block Party, Saturday, March 9th. Bank of Guam, member FDIC.
Oh, that's a righteous event. Bring your own water bottle, bring your ID, bring some cash with you or your Bank of Guam card so you can hit the ATM because you will need that. It's a beer garden, but the beer ain't free, baby. 5 after 9 o'clock in the morning, portions of the program brought to you by my pals over at Wendy's. They've got something lined up. They've made a change there and something new I want you to look for. It is the... Made to Crave menu. If your world is filled with the same old lame old hamburgers, hit reset. Wendy's did. Peppercorn mushroom melt that's got savory mushrooms in it. And I tell you what, nobody does mushrooms and hamburgers better than Wendy's does. Barbecue cheeseburger, sweet and smoky barbecue sauce. And one of the things that's become my favorite here, the Sauce'em bacon cheeseburger. It's got bacon all over it, obviously. It's got this great Sauce'em sauce in it. Now, they put onions in it, but if you're like me, you can ask them to take that out and replace that with even more pickles and pickly goodness. It's your world. Wendy's just rocked it. The new Made to Crave menu at Wendy's.
Security Title is honored to join in sponsoring Ray Gibson on The Point. Half a day. I'm Rita Tidegui of Manila, and this is where I start my day, listening to the voices of our community and sharing thoughts about issues that affect all of us. It all boils down to our people and our land. Ingatan ang iyong tahanan. Protect your home. When purchasing or refinancing your home, remember to call the professionals at Security Title, just like you call Ray Gibson in the morning.
Portions of the Ray Gibson Show also brought to you by Security Title and the American President Lines, because they're shipping the future. Micronesia Renewable Energy, there's never been a better time to go solar. And, of course, Guam Regional Medical City, the first choice for your specialty care needs.
The Ray Gibson Show, bringing you closer to the action. This is The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
All right, a couple of links online at the Facebook page. One of them is obviously the link that will take you to the page on guam.wish.org if you would like to donate the incredible number of miles that you've got. And virtually any airlines, they'll do Delta. The preference is United. They can get those into the pipeline almost immediately. But if you've got some stateside carriers that you've also got mileage with, well, just take a look around for their name. There won't be any transfer fees, so you can transfer as many mileage points as you'd like to. The folks over at GTA, all of the employees, everybody got together, and they rounded up 560,000 miles that they have made their donation now to the guys over at the Make-A-Wish in their Wishes in Flight mileage drive that is going on right now, and will continue. We'll get some more of those Make-A-Wish stories. I wish I had a wish story myself. I've been a part of the process one way or the other, MC and stuff, and doing shows like this. But my interaction with Wish kids and their families has always kind of been I don't want to say arm's length, but it's not as intimate as others. And I remember I had the opportunity. I think it was Sally Mudge who was on the Make-A-Wish board for a time, and she lucked into an opportunity to actually travel with a Make-A-Wish kid. It was somewhere out in Japan or the Philippines or something like that. So I mean, she was able to get like right in there with the family and see what the caregiving what they were going through and really what a difference that trip made for the kid and their family.
Well, I'll tell you, last year was the first time that we actually have had camera guys documenting a travel wish, and that was because the fine folks over at Docomo Pacific. They sent a camera crew to Tokyo Disneyland to follow this little boy named Austin and his family. Mm-hmm. And that really is the first time we have footage from a wish being granted at a Disneyland. Yeah. Because it really isn't.
It sounds like a cliche, right?
It's not feasible for us to do. But the guys over at Docomo, they paid for 3 camera guys. 3 camera guys followed this kid around and his family. It was fantastic footage. Gave a lot of insight into the process, into you could really see the joy on the kid's face.
Oh yeah,
doing all these things.
Well,
so.
I've been a kid at Disneyland. I know exactly what I looked like when I was in those. Nate Timinglo from Docomo in the studio with us, and Jen Camacho's on as well. We'll spend a little bit of time talking about everybody's wish stories. But Nate, tell me a little bit about the one that Eric is talking about. He had an actual kid, and there's camera people following him around. Where's that video? What'd you guys do with it? Go ahead.
Thanks, Ray. So so last year, we did some help hosting the annual gala, and part of it was we wanted to make it extra special. Mm-hmm. So we have our group of creatives at our office. They're called the Ad Ninjas, and they have part of the joke is they're not at the office, so you can't find them. So the Ad Ninjas, they wanted to do something special, and they sent. With the group that went with Austin, we sent 2 of our guys, and thankfully one of them spoke Japanese, so it was pretty easy to get around. But yeah, for them it was something that they wanted to do, and for them it was much larger than another shoot or another commercial.
Oh, of course.
For them it was something super meaningful.
Did you note that their expectations of the trip changed from the before to after? I mean, what was the change that you saw in your Ad Ninjas after they had been so intimately involved in documenting somebody's, this wish process?
Well, you know, for them it was, you know, because they shoot all the time, and you know, it's
because we're media people, we're cynical as hell.
Well, you know, for them it's, you know, I think our managers are a lot younger, and you know, for them it's kind of a good feeling that you get. I mean, all of us are deeply impacted by Make-A-Wish and their efforts, but for them being behind the camera for some of those shoots, you know, for them, you know, putting together each of the commercials. What was the count, Eric? How many were there?
We did 4 vignettes, about 2-minute vignettes, and so they were whittled down to 30-second spots so they could air on the TV. And then at the final gala, those 4 segments were put together in a nice little 7-minute package that was featured at the gala. It was a fantastic story from start to finish. It showed the interview of the kid. It showed the parents and how they were dealing with the treatment of Austin, and you know, all of the drama and the heartache that they have to go through seeing their child go through this illness, and then the joy and you know, getting on that plane, and they followed them from the plane all the way to the hotel and the different places they went. I mean, it's really transformational watching that.
Oh, exactly.
So I can imagine that if you're part of the crew, it's even bigger. You know, what an experience to go through.
But what a hard experience. I mean, just the editing. There's a beginning, middle, and end. And as you said, you got, what, 4 vignettes out of this thing, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. And I guarantee it was hard to leave anything on the cutting room floor in this creative process, right? Because you want to include, and you can imagine on a Wish trip like this, like every moment is significant.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
what do we take out? Everything is going to add to the telling of the story, and it's hard to go, well, that piece is less important than that one, you know, as we break it all down to into a 30-second commercial, which is not designed to sell phones or designed to sell airtime, right?
I can confidently say that, you know, through the editing process, through the previews, which Eric was there for, you know, it brings the group to near tears, and you know, it's something that's, you know, it reminds you why you're doing this.
Yeah, well, tell you what, if you've got a link, then zap it to me, and I'll see if I can put it up on the Facebook Live so that we can see it. Now, other than that, do you have on your own a Wish story? Do you know a Wish kid, a Wish family? Have you participated in those kinds of things yet?
You know, so for me, you know, I think one of the reasons why I give back to Make-A-Wish was because, you know, when I was younger, I would spend a lot of time in hospitals. So, you know, with my own condition, you know, I would spend a lot of time in hospitals, and I would run into, you know, like kids around my age that were either impacted by, or, you know, they were given help from either the Ronald McDonald House or Make-A-Wish. And so to me, it was like, okay, you know, when I get older, I'm going to try to give back as much as I can to this, because, you know, for me, I'm quite fortunate where I'm at, but if I can do whatever I can to help others,
right?
You know, that's where I can do my part.
Well, and now you've got you're the backing of a corporate giant in this community to help you give back.
Yes.
Have you levered that much?
Not yet.
You gone to the new boss and say, hey, listen, there's this outfit here called Make-A-Wish, and we've always been tight with them, and I want to continue to be tight with them. Now, I'd asked about the video, and so I'm wondering what will happen to it. I mean, is there a longer form that you're shooting for? Because apparently they just brought in which Munya is this? Don Munya is going to be working over at KGTF now. PBS brings on award-winning producer Don Munya, and then it goes on to then they say all kinds of nice words about him. So it's possible that you might be able to say, "Here, Don, it's camera-ready work, and put this on your channel. Go." Might could. Nate Tomlin from Docomo. You know, I don't want to put any pressure on him, but there was a lady, Kamiya from GTA, was sitting in that very chair, that very chair in front of that very microphone and camera, and she made a donation to the Make-A-Wish Wishes in Flight program today to the tune of 560,000 miles.
You know, I heard it on the radio, and I'm going to have to go back to my office and see if we can top that, because I know we have a goal today, but yeah, let's see if we can.
Yeah, now the move, she kind of moved the goalpost on that one, didn't she?
She moved it pretty far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, you get that. How many stories is that building? You have 5 stories of people that you can go to and twist arm twist a little bit on mileage.
Well, we got a lot of cats with mileage at the office, so I think we can put something together.
Well, plus all your corporate guys, you know, you can go after some of your corporate customers and say, you know, just
do your part.
Yeah. How about, well, that's the thing is everybody here is connected. It's a Guam thing. So, you know, if you're going to come up short, we're always going to be able to turn over a rock and find somebody that might have some mileage. I'm sure Jay Rojas is not out. No. He's got plenty of mileage. Is he coming in? Jay, yeah, no, that Jay will be in a little bit after our segment is finished. And also in the studio, I want to make sure that the camera goes on to Jen Camacho as well, the Attorney General's wife, Mrs. AG. And I got to say, you know what? I had not seen the boys in a long time, and so was it last Thursday? We were all together after our little training deal,
Yep.
and the guys got out. The guys got out there, and your kids, they're smart and they're noisy, and so you get this smart noise that's going around you.
Yep.
So they get that from you or leaving?
I'd have to say that's probably from leaving.
And I could hear the creative minds that were going. And so, is the weirdest thing. So you got Jen, you got the boys, and then there's Uncle Dave Torrey, who's feeding them lines, right?
yes.
Oh, just a great thing to be around. So now, Make-A-Wish Foundation, I want to say that between you and your mom and dad, you guys have always been, since the beginning, part of the Make-A-Wish.
Yes, it's been quite a few years. I know that my mom Joyce has been on the board, you know, the full 6 terms, and a big chunk of that was as chairperson.
Yeah.
And she's just given so much of her time and energy, gosh, over the last 10 years.
So now she's watching those noisy kids, right?
That's right.
That's the plan.
Yes. She's doing big things over at GMHVA, the Volunteers Association.
Oh,
so she's the president there. So she's busy.
I'm sure we've got an interview scheduled with her before too much longer to talk about all the things that they do at the Volunteers Association. Practically everything that you touch or sit on at the hospital, Guam Memorial Hospital, was purchased by fundraising that the ladies, the Pink Ladies, have done over all of these years. She never rests, does she?
No.
Now, is she all over the kids to make sure they're speaking Chamorro?
Yes, absolutely. She speaks Chamorro to the kids.
Isn't that great?
It is.
Until she starts using words that you don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I've been in that awkward moment when I'm talking with her, and she comes, you know, and it's one of those things. I might rattle off a couple of things in Chamorro, and she's like, "Oh yeah, I can speak to you in Chamorro," and then she'll start throwing in words I've never ever heard before.
Yep.
I'm like, "Okay, well, you got to slow down, Mom. you got to slow down."
Oh,
so
yeah.
so obviously deep in the family, and because it's been such a long association, I have to assume that you have got a great Wish Kid story in you somewhere.
I do. So I think, you know, Jay Jones and I, Jay of Triple J, who's right out this window, he and I got on at the same time, maybe 4.5 years ago. And so we kind of jumped in right away. And I think some of my favorite kids and wishes, you know, and one is a wonderful story of Therese. You know, she was, I think, 15 at the time, maybe even younger. And she's a student at Academy, really thriving. And, you know, she was the one that wanted to go to Paris.
Right, St. Therese.
Yes, St. Therese. And, you know, she has some long roots that go back to this small town in Paris. And it was that was my first time experiencing a Wish interview.
I remember interviewing her on the radio and thinking, my God, what a great story this is. I mean, it's not just, you know, it's not just the Make-A-Wish story, but there is this story behind the story that she was going on about, and, you know, it's a personal mission of hers to be able to figure out these roots of hers.
Yes, smart young girl, really just fantastic, great family. And I think what was most touching is during the Wish interview process, where we try to, you know, you talk to the child and you try to figure out what it is that moves them and what they love and their passions. And she knew what she wanted. And I think to hear that what was so moving was hearing her parents' story.
Yes.
Oftentimes we hear, you know, you hear from the children, but when you hear from the parents and the struggles that they had from the moment they realized their child had, you know, an illness or a condition, you kind of hear, and as parents, man, your stomach just goes into knots because we just can't imagine having to do what these parents have to go through or experience.
Yeah. I mean, imagine how you are, and, you know, condition red when the kid's got just a fever.
That's right.
Right, or there's, and, you know, your kids are old enough now to start breaking bones. You know, when they start coming in with things that feel severe, and your heart just goes out. Imagine if it was something life threatening. Imagine if it was something chronic, and you're, you know, otherwise powerless to do anything other than, you know, seek the attention of a doctor or get some kind of medical help, but I mean, otherwise we're just not qualified. So it's nice that there are groups out there like Make-A-Wish that are capable of, you know, identifying these kids, figuring out what the wish is, and then finding ways to grant those wishes. And Eric, I can't think of outside of an example that you gave earlier about a child wanting another body part, another organ. I'd be hard pressed to say whether or not there are any wishes that have been denied here.
Well, there have been some that we've had to change because the doctor has felt that it wasn't safe for them based on their condition and certain things. I know that we had a child a few years back who wanted this really awesome racing, off-road racing ATV. And
how could you say no to that?
I didn't want to say no to that, but anyway, the doctor just deemed it was just too risky, and it wouldn't sign off on it, and so we had to change the wish. And the child's okay.
What did he end up getting?
He took his family on a big shopping spree. Here. And the good thing when you see these shopping sprees is you see that the generosity of the child. They're not just buying for themselves now. They buy for their family.
Oh, I've heard that. How many travel stories do we get? You know, the kid doesn't necessarily want to go there, but he knows that his siblings do, and he knows that his illness or her illness has also had an effect on everybody else in the family. So yeah, they're starting to look around, and it's not just about me.
Absolutely. And so so in that context, yes, we've had to rein in some of the wishes. There's national guidelines that we have to follow. We cannot give them a car. We cannot do a renovation on a house. We can do a room makeover, but we can't, do something to a house or a property that's going to extend the square footage, things like that. And so but no firearms. We can't do that. There's certain guidelines that we have to follow.
No firearms. What is that?
I'm sorry, Ray. As soon as I said that, I was like. I just realized who I was talking to.
Friend,
I realized who I was talking to. But that's just a national policy that we have to follow. I know, nobody's asked for that, but and we don't have to deal with that. But yeah, there's certain things that we do have to take into consideration, and the child understands.
Yeah,
I mean, most of them already know what they want to do. They want to do something fun, and they want to go. And it's usually always the Disneyland.
And thank God we've got Disneylands nearby. There's the one, the groovy one in Tokyo. Yep. There's the one in Hong Kong. And kids, if you're listening, if you're one of these Make-A-Wish kids, ask for the Japan trip, because then you got Tokyo Disneyland, and then you can get on a train to Osaka and then check out Universal Studios while you're there.
That's true.
And they're all just as generous with Make-A-Wish kids in Japan as they are in Anaheim or in Florida. Do you find that is generally the case where you'd call somebody like a Disneyland and say, we got an incoming kid. What does the Disneyland do from there?
Well, to be honest with you, since we fall under the Make-A-Wish America umbrella, we're not actually under the international one. So the Disneyland and Disney World properties in the mainland, those two properties are really ideally set up for wish granting. They have a whole mechanism that we just send in the email, do the paperwork, and it's not just Disneyland activities that is set up for them. I mean, there's a whole thing in Anaheim and Los Angeles area that they have tours set up for the kids and the families.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. And they get front of line treatment as soon as they're in the park.
Yeah.
They don't have to do any of these fast passes. They've got the ultimate fast pass. They're a wish kid, and so yeah, it is absolutely set up for them. And then in the few wishes that we've granted that have gone to Tokyo Disneyland, we've set up that as well too with the assistance of the Make-A-Wish chapter in Japan.
Oh, I see. So it's different, but the similarities are there in the treatment and the recognition that we're working with real precious cargo, and the superstar of the day is going to be this kid.
Correct.
In whether it's the Tokyo Disneyland or wherever. What is I talk about the Disneyland like it's the cliche destination, because I think in a lot of people's minds, you close your eyes and you say Make-A-Wish, and you can see a mom and a dad and a little kid, and there's Mickey Mouse or Minnie Mouse or one of 20 different princesses that they've got in Disneyland. See, that's what I go for. But there are other places that that are also kind of wish destinations that you guys work with. Can you name some of them?
So some of the travel wishes involve going to places that For instance, we had a wish a few years ago where the child wanted to meet a celebrity, right? And so that celebrity was shooting a series for Disney.
Yeah.
And so they got to go to Los Angeles, Hollywood, and then go to the studios, and so that was kind of a cool thing. So wherever that activity takes place, that's where they'll go. We had a few years back, there was one that they wanted to go to the it's a home show.
One of the HGTV shows.
Yeah, it was something like
Antique Roadshow.
No, not a roadshow. I mean, it was like where you do extreme home makeover.
Okay.
And it was somewhere in the South, and so the child got to go there, experience, watch the whole extreme home makeover. That was one of her favorite shows.
Right.
Yeah. So I think it was in, I want to say North Carolina. I may be off, but it was one of the southern states, and so that's where we flew her. That's where they were filming at that particular time that she could have her wish granted. That's where we flew her to.
So describe, if you will, because I can, in my head, I'm imagining this massive logistic network that is the Make-A-Wish Foundation, so that when we've got a wish kid that wishing for something here, you plug that into the pipeline with the federation, and they start going, okay, well, we've got somebody that knows somebody in production, we know somebody that is working with the networks. I mean, do they have?
Well, so we have a wish program.
Is it like a Make-A-Wish desk in some
places?
places?
So we have a wish program coordinator in our office. There's only two employees, myself and our wish program manager, and that's Kalina Camacho. And so when we discover what that wish is, and it involves travel, she finds out where that's going to take place, and there's typically a Make-A-Wish chapter in that area, and so we communicate with them. They do all the logistical groundwork that makes that wish happen. And so it's a shared thing. So we've actually had wishes granted in the mainland to come here, and so we're contacted, and what we do then becomes what's called a wish assist. We assist that chapter, and so now we're doing wish assist for people coming over here, and then the chapters in the mainland do that when our particular wish calls for travel to their particular area. So that's how it works.
There is this like network of angels, if you will.
Right.
Wow. Okay. So somebody wanted to come here?
We've had we've had families who they're from Guam. They've been in the States for so long. They are eligible, and now they want to come back and visit family.
A simple process, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to, there's all kinds of wishes. I mean, a kid might just have a wish to go down to Inarahan and make bread in the Hutnu, right? I mean, that might be a wish for some kids, but most kids will want to get on the airplane with their families. And as you can imagine, there are expenses that need to get covered, and airline tickets that need to get bought. And frankly, the smartest way to do this is to take mileage that's just laying around not doing anything. And let's put that to work for Make-A-Wish. You can go to guam.wish.org in the World Wide Web, or if you're watching on Facebook Live, right next to Eric is a link that will take you to the page, and you click on that link, and it will open up the web page directly where you can plug in your mileage. The preference is for United, but we recognize that there's still a lot of people that are holding mileage on Delta Airlines that goes back to when it was Northwest Airlines that you're not going to be able to use handily around here. So go ahead and make those donations. And the beauty of doing it today is there are no transfer fees. And the beauty of doing it today is that you will be part of a major community effort that is going on, not just with the people that are in the studio. There are all kinds of people that know that today is Wishes in Flight Day. So they've already made their donations or are going to make their donations. So everybody kind of line in together and see if it can be done. Nate is going crazy right now on his phone. He's texting everybody back at Docomo's. Here's the link that Ray's talking about, and I need you to put in as many miles as you possibly can, because we're not going to let GTA beat us today.
Some people have already messaged me about the mileage.
So we're gonna work through that. And what the heck? Since I got people on the spot, let me just ask Jen if because you're sitting in that chair now, and pretty soon Jay Jones from Triple J is going to be sitting in a chair like that.
I knew this was coming.
Yeah,
I knew this was coming.
And so in preparation, you've between you and the Attorney General,
I should have had Jay go
Mom
first.
and Dad. I don't know.
I'm
You
sure
better-
we'll come up with something.
Jay,
I'm sure we'll come up with something.
You better be texting Chris now, because I'm going to ask you the same question when you get in the studio. See what Chris Lujan and everybody can start, rolling over. Incidentally, saw Mom and Dad yesterday at Pirates Cove, and they looked absolutely terrific. Your mother did give me a hard time about the beard, though. Your mom, yeah, she's like, your mother would never let you grow the beard. And I said, yeah, but my mom's dead. So, what? I can get away with it, right? Anyway, I was going to ask you how many miles you're going to donate.
Yeah, you know what? I think in the past we've done about 100,000.
Yes, you have.
I know
Yeah.
Levin and I have done that in the past, so I'm sure we'll kind of put our heads together and come up with something.
Okay, so tomorrow, call me, Eric, and tell me how many miles they were.
Hey, you had that number, do you? Yeah, absolutely.
It's the Attorney General mileage that we ought to be able to get our hands on. Did that freak you out when he won? Did you just go, wow, when it happened?
I think we worked really, really hard, and so
because I was in all the debates. I was in all the
wasn't.
debates and everything.
I
I'm
wasn't
going, Levin's
surprised.
the quietest one here.
He is, but I think he's also got a lot going on up here.
Mhm.
That's why.
Yeah.
And I couldn't think of anyone better suited for it. So.
Boy, to change of the guards that we've had in this last year has been amazing, hasn't it?
Yes.
9:31 in the morning, and let's call that iConnect time. And I am going to find my partner and ask him how many miles the iConnect is going to be able to donate to this drive before too much longer. And so if you want to find out, give them a call. 888-8888 is how you get them on the line, and they will be more than happy to talk to you about push-to-talk and internet and mobile plans moving forward in 2019.
Experience the Take Care difference. Take Care members can count on accessing a high-quality, credentialed network of on-island providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and Urgent Care, access to an extensive off-island network of providers, and the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs. You can count on Take Care to deliver comprehensive, accredited insurance coverage and quality health care when and where you need it. Take Care. Our island, your health plan. Learn more at takecareasia.com. Helen Keller once said, "Blindness separates us from things, but deafness separates us from people." At Ross Hearing Aids, it's their mission to keep you connected to the moments and the people that matter most in your life. Hearing aid technology has never been better, so schedule your complimentary hearing consultation today. Call Ross Hearing Aids, 637-HEAR, 637-4327. You should hear what you're missing. How's your hearing?
Most organizations look at customer service as a process where you smile a lot, try to take care of customer issues as best you can, and hopefully not get yelled at. I'm Jerry Roberts, and at 7:20 a.m. on The Ray Gibson Show, we'll look at another side of it that can build your business.
You can find daily transcripts of The Extra Point at guamtraining.com. Tune in every weekday morning at 7:20 for The Extra Point with Jerry Roberts. Brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services and First Hawaiian Bank on 93.3 The Point.
Studio time 9:34. Ray Gibson and the Make-A-Wish Monday, and we're almost to the end of it now. And as we like to do in the showbiz world, we save the best for last, and best in terms of supporters and friends and board folks of the Make-A-Wish Foundation. But I've got an actual Wish kid in the studio as well, and so I want to kind of start with that and remind everybody of the story. And everybody needs to have, if you're part of Make-A-Wish, everybody needs to have some kind of a Make-A-Wish story. And the closest thing that I've ever gotten to it was interviewing a Wish kid a couple of years ago, about 3 years ago, I think, when I was still at K57. And I don't know if you remember the interview, but you don't remember it at all? No, I don't. I was waiting for it to say it was the most memorable experience of my life. It changed my life. It's made me the person that I am today. But this is Therese. Good morning.
Good morning.
We've been throwing your name around all day long because I think you're like everybody's favorite Wish kid story.
Oh my.
So let's back it up here, St. Therese, and talk about the genesis of your Wish trip.
Okay, so I think I was a freshman when I got accepted to get a wish, and my wish was to go to France. Like, that's always been my dream. And so when they said, hey, you can do it, I was like so shocked.
Okay.
I was like, hey, you know what? I would want to do this. And I wanted to bring my parents, like, obviously I have to bring my parents, but one of the things.
No, I would have gone with besties. I would have gone with besties. What pills do I take? Just call me and remind me what I'm supposed to do, and otherwise, just, you know, it's us.
Oh, maybe now, but back then I was. I really want my parents to come because I really enjoyed them, and one of the things I wanted to do the most was to go to St. Teresa of Lisieux. So we were able to visit the area that she lived in, got to see the church, and even got to see the house she was in, or she lived in when she grew up. And the nun that showed us around, she was so nice. She even gave us this little book of like all these pictures, and she was just so nice, and I loved her so much.
So I'm a lousy Catholic. Yeah, so I'm unfamiliar with all of the saints, big library of saints that Catholics have. Now, which one is Saint Teresa, and what was her miracles?
She necessarily didn't perform any miracles, but she was just very devoted to God, and at such a young age, she wanted to join the convent with her sisters, and the Pope didn't let her because she was still so young. And so she personally went to the Pope and asked, I would like to be in the convent. Yeah. Can you please let me? And so eventually, after like persisting, they let her in, and she was able to live her life. And she was so nice to everyone. And even if they didn't like her, she would just put on a nice face and a brave smile and just show that she was there for everyone. And even when she died, everyone saw that, like, there was roses all around the bed and everything, and she was just well loved. And you know that if you pray to her, it's like a miracle. I don't know. My mom just prayed to her, and
the parallels in your life.
Yes.
And the parallels in your life. I mean, so obviously, if you find somebody like that you look up to and you try to emulate, you know, what are some of those qualities that you know you use in your life all the time? The way you treat your friends, you know, your relationship with your parents, relationships with others. Do you find yourself in those St. Teresa moments?
I hope so. I mean, I would like to think so. In those moments where I treat my friends with respect, the same respect they give me, or even with more, hopefully. And with my parents, I always, even if they help me with something, I would always like to appreciate them and be like, I'm so thankful for you. I would like to most especially thank you for helping out, even if you didn't have to. So I would like to do that.
When I was talking earlier today with another wish kid from a long time ago, it was like the second one that they ever granted a wish for, and we were talking about the therapeutic nature of that wish being granted. You know, so as you're traveling through France, as you're living this dream of finding a little bit more about your namesake, your Saint Teresa, did that help your illness? Did it contribute to your recovery?
Well, it definitely made me feel more accepted with myself, because I was only 13, 14 when I got
That's
diagnosed.
a hard time for a girl.
Yeah, so I was just really confused with the whole thing, and going to France and seeing more a connection with St. Teresa, I just felt more calm, and I felt more like connected with my parents, and I knew that I just have to accept things and just let life be, because it could be too short and everything. So
that's a heavy thought to have at that young age, isn't it?
Yeah, but I've had to mature pretty fast, so it's something that.
Are you better now?
I think so. Yes, I feel like I am.
What, do you have to go to the doctor every week or something like that?
No, I have to go to my doctor here on Guam every month, but that's just for like a annual checkup. But my doctor in Hawaii, I go to her every 3 months, 4 months. So she says I'm doing good. I'd like to think that.
Well, I was going to say, does she line up for another wish? I mean, how many times can you be a wish kid? No, but a chaperone. She could totally chaperone for another wish kid. Just one time. That's it. I'm sorry, but it was a good one. It was the Paris one. Do you spend time with other wish kids? I mean, do you know any of the other ones or their stories?
Actually, I don't.
Really?
No.
Okay. Well, there ought to be a thing. Every once in a while, there's. I know that some of the galas that I've been a part of, they will bring wish families and the kids together, if for no other reason, special homage and a tribute from, because a lot of times you get into the sponsorship game, and start introducing other people in the studio. You get into the sponsorship game, and it's like, yeah, I wrote the check, and you don't necessarily feel that connection to the people that you're helping. But with Make-A-Wish, I mean, it's completely opposite because everybody is involved. This is a real hands-on operation. So the people that were working with you, the board at the time, I mean, they were very, very familiar with you and your family and your particular case. And I'm sure it moves like that. But it's got to be great, Jay Jones, to be in in the same room with these Wish kids and their families, to see that it's always nice to be a good corporate sponsor, right? But it's even better when you can see this is where my money went. This is where the attention of my office went, right?
Jenny Camacho was mentioning earlier about the Wish interview with Therese, and I was there as well. It was Jenny and I's first Wish interview when we went to Therese's home a few years back, and it really just reinforced all of my feelings about why I wanted to join Make-A-Wish and why I wanted to be part of the organization. It's just to see the joy in her family, to know that this was something that was going to happen and a dream that was going to come true. And it just, it's all the feels. It was everything that we had hoped, that I had hoped that I would get out of the organization by putting things.
And just that first one.
Yeah, just the first Wish interview, and that was. It was what I had hoped that I would experience, and it nailed it. So I think Therese will always be my most memorable Wish.
But you've obviously done other interviews.
Oh
right?
yeah, we've done a number of interviews and a number of Wish send-offs and things of that. A lot of experience with different Wish kids.
Any others that stand out in your head?
I think a lot of people.
Because every time I ask about Wish Kid stories, everybody tells the famous Saint Therese over here. But there's got to be others, right?
Well, playing around here. There's the Austin one. I know a lot of people talk about Austin's Wish because it was so high profile and there was just so much media around it. And I think the reason that one resonates is because you got to see so much of what he was able to do during his Wish by the video team following him. Sometimes, we get to see them at the send-off and we meet them and their family, but we don't really know exactly what went down, and
apparently that's a rare thing, right?
Yeah.
To do what?
To go with the child on one of these trips, because everybody out here on the board and they got jobs and everything.
We don't go.
Annie Gale doesn't get to go.
No, we don't. We don't get to go. But what we do, we get to allow the child and their parents or siblings or. We've had grandparents under certain circumstances, depending on the circumstances of how the child is raised. But what I was going to say is Therese can come back as a board member later.
There you go. She had a lot of experience now.
But I'll warn you, this is a working board.
Yeah.
This is not one of those, it's not like one of those like low expectation, we just nominate famous people to the boards. These are these people work, and there are things that you've got to do, including these interviews that you want to find the right kids and find out about granting these wishes. Now, how long have you been on the board now?
I think this is my third year, or going into my fourth year on the board. Wow. Time flies when you're having fun, right? It really has been an amazing experience.
Other than the interviews, favorite events?
Planning for the galas and having the galas every year, and just seeing everybody come together for this cause is pretty cool. And the Wish send-offs are always fun. We usually, for the travel wishes, we always get together somewhere and meet the family and meet the kids and send them off with a bang, whether ice cream social or something like that.
Yeah.
So those are always fun to go to too.
So. Nice. What about Annie? Annie memories? How long you been in?
This is my last year, so I'm out in August. And
I've been interviewing you at things like this for years. I mean,
6 years.
In the very least, yeah. So you've been at it for a while.
Mm-hmm. And so there's so many things. Gala Wish Night in Saipan at CNMI. We just started doing that a couple of years ago, and that's a lot of fun because
we get to go to Saipan.
Well, that and we do have kids there. We have a lot of families and kids, and our board members over there work so hard, and they're so good over there. And I would like to say under my tenure, we were able to change our name to include them, so I'm really happy with that.
670 for those of you
it means
on
a
Saipan.
lot. It means a lot to have that, and it just for identity purposes and just for that pride, it really means a lot. And
so now we have 3 board members in Saipan. We're hoping to continue that tradition.
Yeah, and they're Wish Night's coming up March
Wish
1st.
Night's coming up March 1st. Yeah, it's in Saipan.
Oh, that's like right now. That's soon.
Yeah, a couple weeks. It's black tie and Zori's in Saipan. So it is. Guam is black tie and tennies, and Saipan is black tie and Zori's. So.
But more meaningful based on what they have been through this year.
Yeah.
Super Typhoon U2
It actually was
back,
delayed. It was supposed to be in November. And so we had to postpone it for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
So now it's.
But can you imagine how much more meaningful it is? I mean, because I can't think of any other major galas that are taking place at the at the social level up in Saipan. So I think this is for a lot of people first time they've had a chance to let their hair down and get dressed and go and have a good time. Where's it going to be?
It's going to be at the Hyatt.
Okay, all right, nice spot.
Hyatt's a great Hyatt, Saipan, and Guam are great partners with Make-A-Wish.
I've always found that to be the case with just about everybody that they're working with. Okay, you got a wish story. You got a wish kid story.
One of the Therese, obviously, because I know her parents and I know her mother, but
we all know the parents.
I know. But there's one, I can't remember his name, but he was one of the early ones that I went through. Was he wanted a playground for himself and his family, but he wanted to share it. Joe Rome, that's right.
There you go.
It was really cute, and we had a lot of donations from big sponsors bringing it in. I think we had who was that? Big donors help.
Yeah.
And it was just such a nice and feel-good wish because he wanted to share it with his family and neighborhood.
Right.
And we had the big, huge playground thing.
Swings
Go
and
back
climbing
and see if it's there.
deals and all of that.
It was really nice. Really
So,
good.
but that's an interesting point. It's something that we touched on a little bit earlier. You know, you think about these Make-A-Wish kids, and their the wishes are designed after obviously it's something that they want to punch into in their life. The proverbial bucket list and all of that. But then the other part of it is it's not just for them. I mean, they're always thinking about somebody else. In Teresa's case, I want to go to Paris. I want to go to France. I want to go look up this Saint Teresa. I want to be there. But you wanted to do it with your family. They probably could have let you take some other people with you, but it was more important for you to. This is a Teresa mom and dad trip.
Yeah, that was
So that's and more to the point with your story here is you got a kid and he recognizes that his illness has been a challenge for the family, and so he wants his wish is to give back to the family. So we're going to do something where all of us can play together and have fun.
That was a good one.
Oh, I think that's great.
There's another one, the little girl who wanted to go on the Disney cruise. Arissa. Oh, she was awesome,
Yeah,
too.
I want to do that, too. How sick do I have to be to get a cruise?
And her mom, remember her mom sent pictures because, we didn't have anybody go with them, but the mom took a lot of pictures and we had all the pictures at the gala. That was a nice one too.
Well, it's such a nice touch. And I think that the whole organization is about nice touches. You were talking about being on the board, and the board changes up and down, just as the management, the executive manager will change up and down as well. So there are openings now on the board?
We're filling. I thought we filled them all.
We filled them up, but we'll have 2 vacancies in August.
Okay, yeah.
Anybody, if they were interested, let us know.
But I know that there's a lot of people that might be interested in doing something like this, but it comes with conditions, and this obviously, like I said, it's a working board. What other advice do you have for folks that might want to come in?
Just exactly what you said, Ray. It is real work. It's not the kind of board that
like a boutique.
Yeah, that goes on your resume. And that's all you really need to worry about. Because we get together on a fairly regular basis. We have events like this that we all pitch in to do. We have meetings on a regular basis, and even when we don't get together, there's a lot of decisions that need to be made, especially at the executive level. I'm just the recent chairman.
I gave it to him.
And so,
so
the board itself, there's plenty to do, but then at the executive level of the board, there's even more to do, obviously. So it's very rewarding work, but it's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of emails, and there's a lot of events, especially around the holiday season. There's a lot of events that we like to go to to show appreciation to our different donors and the different businesses.
Did we mention all of the names? Did we get all the sponsors in earlier? There's just so many. Is it a big one?
We're so lucky.
Well, just because I want to make sure that this is, it's an important deal, and I want to make sure that the sponsors, the people that do line up, and just generous members of the community, who might not have a DBA at the end of their name, but the generous members of the community that are helping with the Wish Drive, the mileage drive, but also with Make-A-Wish year round. I want to make sure that they get some degree of recognition. So, I mean, if you can think of off the top of your head of guys that you really like working with,
there's Triple J, there's Docomo Pacific.
Well, those are obvious, and we gave them some FaceTime on the radio.
Level sponsors
Take Care. Take Care's a big one. Bank of Guam.
Always Bank of Guam.
Reef Hotel. People.
They do a 5K for us. That's right.
That's right. Yes, I participate in that every single year. So I wanted getting back to the board thing and the work on the board, because you've been doing it for so long, and you've abdicated one position now. But even though you're not going to be on the board,
I'm still on the board.
Yeah, that doesn't sever your relationship.
I'm not an executive anymore. I'm just a regular board member, which is fine. Still have a lot of work to do. But what I find is you figure out everybody's strengths on the board, what they can bring to the group, and especially when it comes to gala time, you really find out who can do a lot. Yeah. And it, we don't. It's a working board, so everybody's like, okay, I'll be there, I'll do this. But it is the following up, and it's the following through. And yes, I will connect with that company, or yes, I'll follow up with this, that, and the other. You really do find out who's there to work. And I mean, we've had awesome people come and go, and it's true, they come on, maybe they stay on for a year, and they say, look, I can't do this commitment, and I know what it's like. So, and fine, come back later, but for now, we need to find people who are willing to work and put effort into a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, because I mean, a lot of people will join a board and then go and try to figure out what the path of least action is going to be. All right, just tell me when to show up and which camera to smile in front of as I grip and grin with somebody. But like I said, but now how is, and this is almost a management question, is because I've sat on those kinds of boards in the past where there's a whole lot of talking, and at the end of the year we have another meeting next week, and it's more talking about what we talked about last week as opposed to where are we on the Gantt chart, who's done what they were supposed to be doing.
What we have done, and it's just one of those things. We have a booklet, playbook that shows you exactly what's expected of you and what's needed. And then we also have we would like participation in at least these events, and so there's like a running list of all the things that you've done, just so you know and other people know, and it's very transparent. Like, this is what you've done and not done.
So people listening might be going, well, this is kind of inside baseball. Why does it matter? Well, it matters because I'm asking you on the radio to give these people your money and give them your mileage. And I want you to know that they take very seriously all of the donations, all of the generosity that comes from the community, and we'll absolutely put those things to work. And I want you to know it's more than just Eric. It's more than just the Wish Kids. There's this whole back panel of the community that's there to help with these kids, as we go through all of this and try to sort out a little bit about how we can ask for more. I think that goes a long way. Were there things that you would like to see more of? I mean, because obviously you still seem to be very connected to Make-A-Wish, because it's been a while since the interview that you and I did, and it's been a while since we did the trip. Yeah, are you like auxiliary young board member or something like that?
Grooming.
Do they check with you when they make decisions? What does Therese have to say?
Well, we're going to start another program, or at least beef up a volunteer program, so we could tap into some of our former Wish Kids who would like to get involved. Only if you want to,
Yeah, that sounds cool. That sounds fun.
Well, I mean, and she could provide leadership, as we groom the younger members of the community to begin to step forward. It's like, what are we doing? How are we outreaching in the high schools? How are we outreaching at the University of Guam? Do we need to have a younger kind of Make-A-Wish, like the Rotaracts? They're the ones that have to. They've got the district conferences going on, so all the Rotaracts are going to have to clean up the park when the party's done. right? So we're looking for the same thing from these young Make-A-Wish people, is somebody to walk around when we're done and pick up cups and put them in the trash. I'm just kidding. 9:54. My producer says I got to take a break, so let me take the break and escort everybody out. We'll do a couple of selfies, and I'll wrap things up with Eric in just a couple of minutes. Be right back.
At Guam Regional Medical City, it is our mission to become the island's premier choice for specialty care, like cardiology, pulmonology, neurosciences, orthopedics, oncology services, and more. We aim to protect our island from heart attacks, strokes, cancer, and diabetic complications. But should you suffer from such diseases, we're ready with world-class options, both inpatient and outpatient. For more information, visit us at grmc.gu.
Make the good things last longer. Get 3 more days for free on our 3-day prepaid rate plan. That's 6 days of unlimited local calls, SMS, and 1 gig of 4G LTE data per day for just $7.95. Text HS3 to 3282 from your Docomo Pacific prepaid phone to sign up today. Docomo Pacific. Better together. Some conditions apply.
Closing in on 10 o'clock in the morning, 888-825-5888. You know, and tomorrow we'll spend more time on some of the table of contents things I wasn't able to get to this morning because, frankly, they'll still be fresh in the morning when I get back on the radio. I'm sure that Daryl Taggart will be talking about some of that stuff on Tall Tales this afternoon. Interesting magistrates. There was none for Valentine's, and unfortunately, that area by Kwang Hua on Route 8 has claimed another life, and we would have riffed on that. Downtown revitalization of Agania, which is an interesting process for those of us that are spending a lot more time in the downtown Hagåtña area these days, because there's Moses, and there's Crust, and there's Kitchen Lingo, and there's all these other cool places that you can go and have a drink or three with some friends. I think that's pretty cool. And I think maybe, as we go and have a drink or two or three with friends, if you see me, ask me about Make-A-Wish. If you see Eric after he's done on the stage, ask him about Make-A-Wish. You've got such a passion for this.
Well, I do. I mean, just like Senator Louise was saying, she started off as a volunteer. I started off as a volunteer, too. Mm-hmm. And I was asked by, do you remember David Kendall? He was at Continental Airlines.
Yes.
Yeah. So
sure.
He was my client at the time at the ad agency, and so he asked me to help out. I did. It was really my first experience with the organization, and I was just completely moved. And it's not difficult to connect with this group. And so I soon after, I just inquired. I said, if there's an opening in the board, hopefully you would consider me. And then maybe a year later, I was brought on while Joyce Chrysostom was the chair. And so I served my 6 years, and then became part of the organization. And so
executive director is a nice title.
It's a fantastic organization, and that's what we're doing here. We are 100% completely donation driven. Mm-hmm. We don't get any government assistance, anything at all. So all of the funds we raise goes to, and the airlines miles that we raise.
It's for our kids.
It's for our kids in Guam and the CNMI, since they fall under our chapter as well. And so with your help and in getting this message out to the community, we really appreciate that, because it is something that I feel is important, and that we don't do a good enough job at.
Well, they're my kids too. I've always kind of looked at it as they're my kids too, and if you look at it's not like that I'm aware of a long public list of names of Wish kids and their parents, but we're all connected here one way or the other, and you will look at that list, and no doubt you will find somebody in there that and maybe you didn't even know they were having that struggle with a sick kid.
That's right.
And anybody that's ever been a parent knows exactly how it feels when the kid is sick, and can you imagine how incredibly bad it would feel if you were alone fighting some kind of a chronic disease. So it's important that we put the words out there. You can make a phone call right now, 649-94 74. If you're in Saipan, 483-9474. If you want to donate to the Saipan cause, just put a 670 in front of that, 483-9474, or go to guam.wish.org in the World Wide Web. And as long as the Facebook Live is there, you should be able to click on the link that will take you directly to the donation page. United is there, Delta's there. There's a couple of other stateside carriers if you want to help out on that side as well. I appreciate you coming by. Thanks for setting up the show.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Not a problem. And so he's going to spend all morning on getting the links from YouTube Live to send to Jen and Kamiya and Nate and everybody else that came by this morning. It was a great program, and I'm happy to be a part of it. It's 10. It's time for Fox News on KUSG. I got you.
Another possible hearing. I'm Paul Stevens, Fox News. A top Senate Republican not happy with an allegation. There were discussions in the Justice Department about removing President Trump.
There's an allegation by the acting FBI director at the time that the Deputy Attorney General was basically trying to do an administrative coup, take the president down through the 25th Amendment process. The Deputy Attorney General denies it, so I promise your viewers the following, that we will have a hearing about who's telling the truth, what actually happened.
Senator Lindsey Graham, South Carolina, on CBS's Face the Nation, saying he'll subpoena former FBI Director Andrew McCabe if he refuses to testify. The state of Illinois revoking the gun permit of a man who carried out a deadly shooting last week at a Chicago area manufacturing plant. However, it's not clear what was ever done to make sure he gave up his gun. A letter was actually sent in 2014 to Gary Martin ordering him to hand his weapons over to police. The White House, meantime, not backing down on President Trump's national emergency declaration aimed at getting access to border wall funding.
You cannot conceive of a nation without a strong, secure border. It is fundamental and essential to the idea of sovereignty and national survival to have control over who enters and doesn't enter the country.
White House Senior Policy Advisor Stephen Miller speaking today on Fox News Sunday. Attorneys for Empire actor Jussie Smollett rejecting reports alleging that he may have played a role in his own attack. Smollett saying he was assaulted by two men who shouted homophobic and racial slurs last month. TMZ among the outlets reporting that the case could be heading to a grand jury sometime soon. At the Daytona 500, they are still not done. They just went to a green flag again after a second major pileup. With 2 laps to go, Kyle Busch is out in front. And this is Fox News.
Fox Nation is the place for exclusive content you can't get anywhere else. New opinion shows from Laura Ingraham, Tucker Carlson, and Tommy Lahren you can only get by signing up for Fox Nation. Plus, the real stories behind the headlines. Documentaries on Chappaquiddick, Jimmy Hoffa, and more that you'll only find on Fox Nation. More of the opinion done right you crave? It's on Fox Nation. Documentaries and specials you can't get anywhere else? They're on Fox Nation. So go to foxnation.com today and sign up now for Fox Nation. Opinion done right now.
Chris Wallace on Fox News Channel.
The animating question for me is always, what's going to happen next? If people sense that you're not pushing an agenda, you're not pulling your punches, they're going to rely